Greetings, my excellent friends, and welcome to the 16th session of our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, City of Dread. Possibly our last for this chronicle, possibly our second last. If you're watching this in a VOD form, then you will already perhaps know the truth, but the rest of us are in the dark. With me tonight we have our four vampires. The top left corner we have Snip as the Malkavian Nulai.
Yo.
The man from the box. And our top right, we have Raptor as Flynn the Bruja, who is
Hello.
going to be here for the whole session this time. Completely not your faults. The power outage has come for us all, and we have written it off as Flynn having been involved in the minor scuffle armed conflict, slightly off camera while the rest of the coterie were on camera. See, we can do these sorts of things, editing on the fly. It's because we're professionals. Bottom left corner, we have Blue Moon Empress as our gangrel Katia, newly orphaned, newly vampire orphaned after your sire was quite deliberately combusted, but at least you managed to personally pull yourself back from the brink of draining him dry. And in the bottom right, we have Ruthie on Fire as our Malkavian prince's child, Joanne, who would really like to find their sire soon if possible. It's been 8 episodes since Juliet was abducted. The first half, she was around, and then right at the midpoint. So let's see if we can figure this out. Before we get into the action, I'll set the scene, remind everybody of what you're watching. Vampire the Masquerade, TTRPG set in the world of darkness, a world much like our own, modern day, but with certain supernatural horrors lurking out there in the night. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts. Our 4 players will step once again into the role of a coterie of vampires, carving out their place in the night. And really, sure, you get the vampires and the werewolves and all sorts of dangers, but there's no COVID. So it's kind of a toss-up as to which world is preferable. Our player coterie works for the Camarilla, a sort of secret vampire government. The Camarilla operates worldwide in as many cities as possible, though each city's Camarilla operates mostly independently, running quite like a feudal court, the leader being the prince, a gender-neutral term amongst vampires. The prince and their court will keep the vampires, or kindred as they call themselves, in line for the sake of survival and safety, their number one rule being the Masquerade. Keep hidden from mortals at all costs. If mortals became fully aware that vampires were walking among them and even had their own shadow government, they would no doubt bring their hazmat suits and their flamethrowers and destroy them. Our game is set in Shadeport, a fictional city which could exist in any nation or in none of them. We have a multicultural group here, and I'm a geography dunce as far as the real world is concerned, so it seemed like the safest choice. Recently our coterie have learned what is perhaps Shadeport's biggest secret: the existence of an ancient vampire sleeping under the city, whose great psychic powers has allowed them to influence and control the citizens, kindred and mortal alike, however this creature wished. It is purported to be responsible for most, if not all, of the city's turmoil, for no other reason than because it wanted to see some drama. A cult of worshippers, consisting of a worrying number of Shadeport's kindred, follow this creature, worshipping it as a messiah. This cult recently abducted the Camarilla prince, Juliet, who is said to be held in a secret temple underground, probably the resting place of this ancient. What it wants with Juliet, somewhat unclear. And our coterie, the prince's allies, have been working towards freeing her for some time. Politically, they've formed a tentative alliance amongst a lot of the city's kindred forces. In the prince's absence, they've convinced the Camarilla to follow their lead as Juliet's representatives. And they've smoothed things over with the local anarchs as well. They also found uneasy common ground with perhaps independent figure Walter Crimson. Says he's loyal to the Camarilla, but sort of stands on his own. Shady, completely untrustworthy La Sombra, who was the one who told them about this ancient monster in the first place, having been used by it before himself, and returning to the city ostensibly for revenge or some other design upon this creature. Crimson's ally, Celia, a mortal mage, is the only one whose power thus far has allowed our coterie and their allied kindred to resist this ancient's mental influence. With their allies, as uneasy as some of them may be, the coterie is now looking towards taking down this cult, rescuing their prince, and possibly even destroying this ancient being. Not knowing how to find the temple, they've instead struck out at the cult's military compound, a barracks training facility out in the woods outskirts of the city, where brainwashed citizens were led, kept, and turned into mindless soldiers. It was a group of these that had abducted the prince in the first place. Right now, the battle is freshly ended, most of the fighting being coordinated by the coterie's allies, Camarilla, Anarch, and even Crimson's people. The coterie themselves headed straight for the main building and took on the cult's military leader, one Arkady Volkov, sire to Katya. Overcome with the rage and misery of having to fight someone who once, likely still did, mean a lot to her, Katya nearly drank her sire dry. But she was pulled back from the edge by her own force of will and a little telepathic assistance from her pet dog Pasha. Good session for Pasha, that one. Before anyone could decide what to do with Volkov, however, Celia, the mortal mage, burnt him to a crisp. Perhaps to answer for an old grudge, maybe, just a little bit. But nonetheless, the man is dust and ash. We pick up this session still at that compound, having rendezvoused with the leaders amongst the coterie's allies, declaring the operation pretty much complete. What remains is to investigate the rest of that main building, as the fight with Volkov took up the coterie's attentions. You reunite with Flynn, who wasn't there for Arkady's downfall. No doubt fill her in and let her know that he is no longer a problem. As these organizational tasks and conversations are being done, you see Church corralling his men together and starting to ask the question of, okay, so we have this facility here and a whole bunch of dead people, and eventually the human authorities are going to notice. So we'll be moving from the creating the mess to the cleaning the mess. Now that seems to be what he's mostly focused on here. And perhaps you guys begin to think about your part in that when you see a couple of folks who look to be dressed in Crimson's little paramilitary squadron outfit fairly calmly walk out of that main building that you guys had been in, sidle over to their boss, and one of them whispers something in his ear. His eyes widen a little. He nods, waves him off. Ah! Points to the four of you. They found something.
Could something be defined more precisely?
Oh, of course.
This was my exact question.
Well, I wanted to make sure you were listening first. It seems they found a trap door in what is perhaps an office, possibly Volkov's, under a rug. They had to rough up the rug and toss it into a corner. Shame. From what I've heard, it really tied the room together. This trap door they have not yet opened. Not that it would be particularly difficult to do so. But they felt as though they shouldn't. The closer they got to it, the more certain they were. Do not open me. Do not touch me. That is how their mortal minds interpreted the feelings they were getting as they approached it. Perhaps those of us with a stronger mental fortitude, he grins and you see the fangs, would have a better chance in surmounting this obstacle. Would you like to go exploring? I'd like to go exploring.
Mental fortitude, you say? That sounds right up my alley.
Strong-willed was the first thing I thought of you when we met. Of course, you don't remember that, do you?
Actually, don't I though? Just a little?
I believe it did come back to you, but he wouldn't know that. He fully believes, and is what happened at the time, that he met you in a parking lot, stared you in the face, made you tell a bunch of secrets, and then made you forget it.
Wow. Interesting.
Crimson...
Yeah, I remember being really mentally strong, running out of that room with the big ball of fire.
That's true. Just quick recap. I believe it was Katya and Nulai both completely lost it, but Joanne managed to stay with the burst of fire that happened in the cafeteria and Volkov's death. It was a carefully controlled fire because she lifted him up, suspended him in the air, and then blasted him. So the place did not catch fire. The fire extinguished with the body. It was artistically, poetically, just it really. If it wasn't so terrifying, you'd be impressed. Perhaps you are, I don't know. But Nulai and Katya didn't really get to see that much of it because, oh god, fire, run.
May I just point out how convenient it is that we consider something like drinking a fellow vampire inhumane, but suddenly killing them with a big ball of fire? A-okay.
You're referring to the Camarilla stigma against the process of diablerie?
Well,
Dark topic for
somebody seems to have a stigma, yeah.
Dark topic for the middle of a how best can we describe this battlefield?
I mean,
I suppose.
you
I mean,
want to say dark, but I don't know. Roasting someone on the open fire, vamp on the Barbie, mate. Yeah, perfectly
Celia's
okay.
Technically not kindred, so I don't think the rules apply to her in the same way.
Oh,
Jeff.
I'm not talking about rules here. I'm talking about, well, I guess not
Ethics?
humanity, but
Well,
You know.
I mean, you're always welcome to have gone in and just asked him to be nice to us instead. I'm sure that would have gone down really well.
I don't know. I just wanted to point out the hypocrisy and all. You know, I mean, from what I saw, you were trying your best to stop Katya from finishing the job, and
Well,
then we
there's-
had to resort to a big ball of fire. That's fucking scary.
I mean, there's a major difference between, like, a frenzied moment, like a crime of passion, if you will, and somebody else that has thought about things carefully. I don't know Celia, I don't know motivations. Why would I mean, she had fire! You wanted me to stop her with... Are you...
You wanted to stop Celia? You know, I've seen people try to do that.
Yeah, see, I don't imagine that would end well for anyone, especially not since she had fire! Just, you know,
I mean,
putting it out there.
I'm sorry. I thought we established that all of her mumbo jumbo is just imaginary, and if you believed real hard that she wouldn't be able to do that fire, you could. You let her do that, you know.
I think you fundamentally misunderstand how magic works, but okay.
Excuse me, princess.
I didn't witness this scenario, but I can only assume that Volkov gave a reason. Might not have been a reason that you'd agree with.
Or a recent reason.
I mean, I thought the job was simple. Go in there, kill Volkov, bada bing, bada boom.
But now you're protesting that he was killed. I'm very confused.
No, I'm not protesting the way he. I'm not protesting that he was killed. I'm pointing out the hypocrisy in that we can't kill in what was the word? Diablery. We can't diablerize him, but we can burn him in a big ball of fire. I'm sorry. I ethics question.
Active
maybe not
word
the best time.
we did not do
You know, I don't
anything.
think you're quite...
If you want to take it up with Celia, feel free. I'm gonna go and open a trapdoor.
I don't think you're...
Historically speaking,
Cut.
burning people alive has always been more acceptable than cannibalism.
True.
Well, I mean,
True.
cannibalism. We have a reason to avoid that. It's a straight medical fact that cannibalism gives that. When humans eat humans, there's that weird protein. A friend told me. Trust me, she's an expert. She told me about this protein that causes some brain disease. I don't think we have that problem.
So what I'm hearing you say then is actually fire was a great choice. It was definitely more sterile, less risky in terms of potential future harmful after effects down the line from consumption. So yeah, all in all, I'm hearing that you actually agree with it, but you're just
I would agree if we were humans.
As much as I find your sudden interest in diablerie to be fascinating and disturbing in equal measure, if it's truly questions about that process that you have, why, it's just a matter of asking the right expert, isn't it? And he looks around at the coterie. His eyes rest on Flynn. Well, anyhow.
So where's that trapdoor?
Yeah, waves his hand sort of in that sort of dismissive, my people will do what I want and I don't have to actually give them any details way, and these lovely gentlemen will show you inside.
Ah, thank you. Bye, guys.
Everybody happy to take that lead and go? Does anybody flag down anyone else? Crimson doesn't seem to be following you. He said something as though to the effect that he might, but he just seems to be like, yeah, go.
Flynn will ask, hey, you coming? You want to see too?
I will follow as soon as I have conferred that all of my men are alive. They are my responsibility, after all.
Flynn just nods and sort of walks in the general direction that he pointed for the trapdoor.
He's not even pretending that he means that, but he said it anyway. No. God, what's the word for it in this game? Is it still insight in this game? For reading people? I just need to bring someone's sheet up and I'll know. But there's no check. There's no insight check needed. This is bullshit.
Interesting.
Why did that change? There we go. Okay. Sorry. Faces froze for a second because my computer is miserable. Now.
Oh dear.
That's just my resting bitch face.
Yeah. Your other allies, if you just take a visual sweep as you head inside, all seem to be outdoors, tending to their various operations. Church is currently having people pick bodies up and move things and everything, so you can pretty much identify everyone that you know to have been here. They all seem uninjured. Well, Mikhail seems injured, but no injuries that he took from this. As I recall, he was... None of you, like, stopped him from necessarily fighting in this, so long as he wasn't going to take any stupid chances.
Yeah, we
he has
can
healed.
encourage him, but
He's
also-
healed a fair amount. He's not looking as good as he did before, but like the obvious deformities in his face are just the natural Nosferatu. He's no longer got that horrible half-growing eye. It's come back.
Phew. That's a relief.
Yes.
That was a weird one.
All right. So yeah, they're all around, but as you guys are led into this complex, there's a few turns, and you can see that people are starting to pour through it now, examining walls, and you see like one of the bodies from the cafeteria that didn't get burnt to fire is like being carried over someone's shoulder like a log. A droopy log, but a log being drawn outside, and you know it's an operation. And you're led into this functional, not cramped. It's of a decent size, but there's not much in it. Office that, yeah, this is the sort of office that Volkov would have. This is just there's not much like sort of decorative stuff. He wasn't one for accumulating piles of sentimental things. It looks like there's room for like file cabinets and paperwork and stuff. But if you open the file cabinet, he hasn't actually done anything or put anything in there. And you can see this, fairly sizable wooden trapdoor that doesn't look, like it was out of its way to be hidden or anything. Just needs to be lifted up. As you guys approach it, let us just see how this works. Let's get everybody... We'll say composure and resolve rather than willpower. Just a quick check of that from everyone as you enter this room, and specifically as you start looking and have the trapdoor pointed out to you and then head towards it. 2 successes for Nulai. And Katya.
What did you say it was again?
Composure and resolve. You can click either button
why
and
I
add
don't
the
know.
other. They're both at the top. Just 1 for Flynn. That's a lot of dice. 3 for Joanne. Okay. You do feel it as your thoughts start to pull towards opening this. It's not like a commanding foreign presence inside your mind. It's not like when you've been sort of mentally assaulted before, and pretty much all of you have experienced some form of that at some point. It's literally just, as you look at it, you start to think, yeah, we shouldn't go down there. It's like, it's very casual. For Flynn, you don't really question it. You're like, there's not going to be anything down here. It's like, just search the rest of the place and let's go. It's like, it's just one of those incredibly rational, like, it's as simple to you as the thought of putting a coat on a coat rack, it's a coat rack. It's called a coat rack. It's where the coats go. Just as you would feel that and not question it, you feel like there is literally no reason to open this. It's just part of the floor. It's a doorway. You just don't think there's anything behind it that's interesting. Katya and Nulai, those thoughts enter your mind, but so does the question of, that's a bit weird, isn't it? You mostly think, yeah, it's fair enough, but you're like, that's a bit weird. Joanne, you feel it, and you just, that's stupid. Let's go inside.
which is like pretty much the response that I would never have for something like this in general. So, you know, just to...
And just as a guideline for the others, it's not that you can't, it's not that like you're going to be like physically prevented from going down there. It's just that you need to be convinced in some way to shake the thought that seems sensible to you, Flynn. It wouldn't be as difficult to convince Nulai and Katia because you are feeling it. It's just that it's like, that's a slightly weird thought, but you're still having the thought. Joanne is fine. So, play that.
Flynn sort of just like spins around and goes to walk back to where Crimson was.
It's just, oh well, yeah, leave. Okay, good.
Hey, Flynn,
Yeah?
I might need your help, I don't know, carrying Nulai later or something. Just wait for me 1 second. And
Yeah,
then
but
I'm
we
gonna
don't-
go and try and open the door.
Yeah, but we don't need to go down there, right? Like, it's not important.
I feel like we should. Just to be thorough, you know. Don't leave any stones unturned.
I mean, I could wait at the top, if that helps.
Yeah. You know how we inevitably have to rescue Nulai? I feel like you'd be really good at doing that. So if you could hang around, that would be great.
No, he doesn't like me, and he seems to be doing alright so far.
Well, I'm gonna open the thing, and I'm gonna go down, and I feel like you should come. Maybe I can entice you from inside when you see it's not like, I don't know, a pit of terrifying jelly worms.
See, that would be interesting. I just don't think there's anything worth looking at down there.
Okay. I'm gonna open the thing now, just because.
Okay. It's not really
So
a
it'd probably
check.
come if someone screamed.
You find a latch and are able to... And you can see a dank sort of stone carved out staircase. You can't really see what's down there. The staircase is one of the... Like, it goes, like, down and then around. So you would have to go down and look.
A mysterious staircase leading to
Yeah.
a murder basement. What? This is
The best kind of
exactly
basement.
right? Okay, we're definitely going down.
Okay.
Katya, your experience in murder basements is really going to come in handy. Want to join?
Happy to be of service.
Yep, that's, you know, you're a little bit not sure why you're bothering, but it's not you're not that committed to it being a bad idea, so you're happy to follow Joanne down. Nulai can make a decision as he wishes.
Nulai, how do you feel about murder basements?
Considering the last time I tried to go to one, I was promptly stopped by, well, stopped. A bunch of people were trying to stop me from going there. So, I don't know. I kind of enjoy being on this side of the, hey, don't go endangering yourself all of a sudden argument, but, you know.
I feel like that would be very
really...
out of character for you, Nulai. Are you really going to choose today to break out of that, you know?
No, of course not. I mean, we have a job here, and we're here to do that job. I mean, if we're not going to explore that thing and end this once and for all, why the fuck are we here?
Now that I can respect, Flynn.
I just wanted
I'm
to
different
be on the other side for once. You know, I wanted
Well-
to know how it feels like to be Joanne,
How-
stopping everybody from doing stupid things for once.
And how does it feel?
I'd much rather be Nulai. That's who I chose
Katia,
to
while
be,
these two
and-
are having their bicker, I'd just like you to roll wits and awareness. Just you. They're distracted.
You want us to continue bickering while that's happening?
We could definitely do that. Because I
Yeah,
can
they're loud. You're not hearing
imagine-
anything.
What?
I said they're being loud. You're not hearing anything.
Does Pasha hear anything?
Okay. Let's... Did I give him full stats? Awareness is his fucking signature. Okay. Yeah, what roll, Pasha? Wits and awareness.
Yay, Pasha! Pasha episodes are great.
I was worried Pasha was gonna be the Scrappy-Doo of this whole franchise.
First of all, how dare you besmirch the name of Scrappy-Doo like that?
2 is a little better. And because he's a dog, you feel his voice in your head saying, "There is fresh blood down there too. A lot." Only Katya hears that, of course.
There's blood down there.
I think
A lot of it.
more was just spilled.
Wait, so you're telling me actual murder basement? I was joking, but
I'm telling you, actual murder basement.
I mean,
As long as we're trusting a dog's nose.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were expecting there not to be blood.
I trust Pasha's nose more than I trust, well, most of our instincts here, to be honest. I feel like we
Doggo
should
we
probably go
trust.
quickly. Yes, very much so.
Is Flynn paying any
Yeah.
attention to this conversation?
Yeah, she would have perked up a bit hearing that there was
Okay.
fresh blood, and she's a little bit more interested in going down.
I feel like Flynn would unconsciously be last out of everyone, and Joanne would sort of unconsciously be first out of everyone. Just a general apprehension regarding going down there that you're maybe not aware of. The rolls that you made would determine the order as you move. So Joanne would be first. Good luck with that.
Great.
Walking in?
Okay. Yeah.
Alright.
I mean, how many flights are we going down? Is it really deep, or?
Well, as 4 of you head down, the light falls away. It's a fairly enclosed, dug-out space. And it turns left fairly quickly. And your footsteps are kind of echoey in the, stone. And it's not until you get towards the end that the cavern opens. And you can see a fairly open space. There are like brazier, kind of burning, candly lights. Not enough to scare you, but they're a fair distance away. Just on the edges of this cavern, purely to light it up as far as you can tell. And you can see pretty well that there are about... you can see it well enough. There are 6 ripped open in various places dead people. None of them are old and rotted. They have all died recently. The wounds spill out. There's blood in a lot of places splashed around. We'll, just edit the music here. For fun. And you can see at the far end of this cavern, which is it's dimly lit. You can't really see the top too well. You see a circle on the stone ground that seems, well, stone and dirt, to have been painted in these people's blood. It is perhaps very, very similar to the description you were given of that which will teleport you into this temple, but you would have to get closer to see if it's exactly what you think it is.
Can we approach with caution? Can we roll like an investigate or something just to like...
Do you want to investigate from a distance, or do you want to approach this circle?
From a distance, because I just want to get a feeling of like what else might be in the space.
Are you checking that area, or are you checking the whole space?
The whole space, but for movement specifically.
Okay, so you're at the entranceway, which doesn't really fit too many people, so you can stand there and you can take a look. Everyone else will have to sort of shuffle around you, especially Flynn's got no hope.
Peek over the shoulders.
So you can do this, but the others would barely be able to. Essentially, you would, if you're having like a solid look check, you could do awareness intelligence, or it might be investigation. Well, if you're looking specifically for movement, you're not trying to figure out if it's yeah. I'll give you awareness if you're just like taking in this whole area and being like, yeah.
Okay. Awareness intelligence.
Yes. Three. It seems very still and empty. You start to wonder if maybe the people who are dead here did that to themselves, or, logically, if whoever did it then proceeded to use that circle.
That's definitely where my mind is heading. Is there any way... Okay, well, obviously the next step is to go in and actually look, like, first of all, who are the people? Can we get a quick idea of that? And then I would suggest maybe checking the circle for signs of activity, like if it has been recently used, any scuff marks, I don't know, magical smoke, is that a thing?
Are you heading towards a body, or are you heading towards the circle?
I'm heading towards a body first.
Okay. Joanne starts to approach a body. Katya, do you follow Joanne, or go for something other, something different yourself?
I'll follow our acting prince for now, and I'll
Okay.
also note for Pasha. You've been a very good boy today. Please continue to let me know if I do anything wrong.
Yes.
Aww.
Let's just have Pasha roll another awareness then, as he's sitting at the entrance and looking around and sniffing around as well.
Wits and awareness again, or...
Intelligence this time.
Okay.
It's less catching something and more looking.
How did I know?
Not so helpful with one success there. It does not seem to be anything from Pasha this time, but he does his duty and he sits there and waits. Nulai and Flynn would be able to move soon. You approach one of the bodies. A woman looks to be in disheveled, the half like torn version of the soldiery outfits. They all seem to be dressed the same. First glance, it looks like, yeah, just ripped open in specific places, like arm, like deep gashes. Throat
So
as
very
well.
messy.
So as you're looking at that, and Nulai and Flynn are maybe making their decisions.
Nulai wants to lick the blood.
Nulai heads
Yes.
over and licks the blood, not from the body that Joanne is at, but one of the others. I would like you to roll wits and occult. Joanne.
Wits and occult.
Wits and occult.
Interesting. I don't get to use my occult very often. This pleases me.
Does it please you? Huh.
It does. I'm very pleased. Ooh.
3 successes. You are bent over, looking at this body. You hear a sound from right above you, and your arm, right along here, opens. Blood starts to fly up out of your arm as you find you're not frozen, but just kind of stuck. And you can't look, but everyone else who sees this happen in the, it's a split second of seeing it. You look up and you see in the dim light there seems to be some kind of creature that you just can't quite see the specifics of in the darkness of the ceiling, rock ceiling. Mouth open, summoning Joanne's blood. It's not pretty.
Well, that's 3 kinds of creepy right there.
Uh-huh. Now this is, we're talking very, like, immediate reaction here. First couple seconds. The 3 of you, Flynn is still at the doorway because Flynn is the least happy to be here. Katia, you are close to Joanne. Joanne, you are completely off guard, and Nulai is licking a corpse. So, Nulai, I'll leave it up to you as to whether you turn your head to look at what's going on. You may not. But Katia definitely sees it, and Flynn, who is unsettled in general, will definitely see it. Pasha lets out a growl. You don't really need any information from Pasha at the moment. You can see it too, but...
I'd say the growl makes Nulai turn his head.
There you go, then. Yeah.
My instant reaction would be, is the ceiling here low enough that I might be able to jump and take a swing at this shape?
I can't remember if it's you or Flynn that has the jumping ability.
I think it's not me.
Yes,
I don't think I have any supernatural abilities to that extent.
it is
I
you,
probably
Flynn.
have some athletics.
It is?
You have a soaring leap, which, hey, might be a thing right now. You may wish to look that up. Don't worry, you've only had it for 16 sessions. No, you don't have a great amount of... It's not... You can't reach out and touch it. The ceiling is, like, carved to, like, full heights of a good 2.5 of you. You could throw something up there, but you would not be able to...
I don't know that I outright said that I brought any guns with me.
I feel like...
I feel like I'd be surprised if I didn't, but I didn't say so.
I feel like it would be a little bit stupid to force you to have, like, oh, as an aside, I bring my gun when you are literally going to a military engagement. I think that is fair enough to expect from a World War II sharpshooter. Yeah. You probably have a gun. I don't know what kind of gun you have, but you have presumably something that's,
Let's just say I have a pistol. Something small and easy to carry.
in terms of your equipment list, you have a 9mm and a 12-gauge shotgun.
Alright, we'll
Did you
go with the
bring-
former.
Okay, specifically the pistol. Yep, that's not too difficult. So you're just going to just be like, holy fuck, bang.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sensible reaction.
Holy fuck,
There,
bang.
boy.
Yep, it's a sensible reaction. It would be composure and firearms, and it wouldn't really be an opposed roll because this creature is busy.
Of course it is.
Ha! Right.
Wow.
How do I?
Well, it says right there, it's messy, which means that, you know, the bullet comes out, it
Yes.
hits the creature, and it's very messy.
Okay, you definitely hit, and it is a real good, like, splash of blood hit. You were aiming for where the blood was going, so that is a headshot. The creature does not seem to have been killed by it, but, there's an splash explosion of the blood that is both seeping out of Joanne's arm and also that which comes out from this shot drenches you, Katya, and you suddenly become very, very aware of how many fresh bodies are around. And that distracting thought enters into your brain, and for a moment you forget what the fuck is happening here, as Joanne starts to perhaps recover a little. And let's just get just a quick willpower roll from you to see...
Would I have taken damage from that?
Would you have taken damage from getting eaten? Well, we were going to resolve that after we see how well it lasts.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what? Never mind. You're fine. Blood? Fuck it. Fuck it. You're better than this.
Keep this energy.
You're a soldier. You're a soldier, and this is a serious situation. So, I see absolutely no reason to have a drink right now, even though you're a little peckish. Fuck that. Yes, we will. Because it was what was being done to you was an ongoing thing, so I needed to know when it's going to be broken before I can say what the ultimate result is on you, Joanne. And I will let Flynn and possibly Nulai, if he has a plan, act after this, but yeah, we'll resolve it. It would have just been one superficial, because the actual wound to you, it's just a deep cut, really. It's like getting slashed. So you're not doing great. That's I marked it. You have one full health left before you're gonna start taking aggravated wounds, so you should heal after this if you can.
I really should.
But what it has done... Let's see. Okay. Because of how quick it was, and because your hunger is already higher, I am not going to... If you were hunger 1, I would up that, but I'll keep you where you are, because... I just sort of see it as like the hunger points are... They have different values. Like the hunger point number 1, which you can only solve by killing someone, is, you know, different from 2, 3, 4, and 5. So your hunger stays the same for now. But you would have been up to hunger 4, if not 5, if Katya hadn't interrupted the effect. So the creature head... blood sprays over Katya, over the floor. The connection is broken, and you can feel your arm no longer being held, and your body no longer being held by whatever this is. You whip your head up, and you can see... Again, can't really make out the details of who or what this is right now. Flynn,
Yes.
you would be best able to act next while Joanne recovers, and Katya has just moved.
Yep. How far away am I from the being thing? Because I was like right at the beginning of the room, wasn't it?
It's about... Let's say it would take like a full turn's movement for one person to get to the end of the room, and we'll say that Katya and Joanne are currently somewhat in the midpoint, so you can definitely get there and still do something.
So if I see it hurt Joanne, that's what you do. Can I use my soaring leap, which I've totally known about this whole time?
Yeah.
And shank it with my knife if I can. In one turn, or do I have to split that?
Okay, let's look. Let's specifically look. Your potence is 1. Soaring leap, you can jump 5 times your potence level horizontally and 3 times your potence level vertically in meters. So you wouldn't be able to jump from that position, but if you ran in to underneath it and then whoosh,
yeah, his plan.
that would be an official tactical maneuver known as the Whap Wish. Let's... Strength melee would be the machete hit. I don't necessarily want to make you roll twice. I feel like something should account for the fact that you're leaping through the air and doing it. I'll probably just calculate that in the counter roll that I make. So just roll your strength melee, and don't be surprised if it's a little hard to win.
Okay.
It depends. It's a contested roll, so. Oh, for God's sake.
Wow.
Okay. That would be a 5 success crit.
We've been saving those crits for the full year.
I have, yeah.
Fucking Bentley. And you're going to leap up, so you're going to be right in its face. Okay, cool. Let's intensify the music as well. Just for some fun. This one? I think this one speeds up in a sec. Or did I hit the wrong one? Ooh, no, wrong one. Listen. Okay. You run forward to the rescue of your good friend Joanne, who has been really creepily attacked, and you're feeling real good that you're a vampire right now, because that urge to go "Whoa!" is not there at all. It would be if you still breathed. You skid right under this tableau, right under this creature. You bounce like a pogo stick upwards with your machete swinging out. Where are you aiming for? Just midsection, or?
Yeah, the center of mass.
Because you're not going to be able to behead it even with that crit. You spring up, slice across this creature's midsection, and as you get there, and the body comes into focus, you look into the very, very pissed off eyes, blood-drenched mouth, dirty yet still fancy dress of Gwendolyn as the machete slices into the stomach and out, and you fall back down because, it's a fucking little jump, not a hover. She is clinging to the ceiling with her arms and legs.
Flynn has zero regrets about this.
As you land, Nula, you're seeing this. Do you interact with it in any way?
Does Nulai see that it's Gwendolyn?
Does Nula see that it is Gwendolyn? No. The only person who knows who that is right now is Flynn, because Flynn got right up in her face for a second. You're just like, hey, there's a shadowed thing. You don't even know it's a person or a vampire. There is a shadowed creature in the ceiling that just stole blood out of Joanne's arm and into its probably mouth. It's real hard for you to make out.
I'd say in that case, Nulai would use heightened senses.
That would make sense. Yes, okay, that's no roll. It's a level 1 power, so your eyes, presumably? Yes?
Yeah.
That would give you the ability to much prettier and by pretty, I don't really mean it, see Gwendolyn, and it's hard to make her face out, but with your heightened eyes, you can see the eyes, which are not blood covered. She's got a lot of blood on her, as well as just obviously the mouth coming out of Joanne's artery, and you have had talks with Selena. Let's might resolve it with a roll as to how much of what Gwendolyn is currently doing you would recognize from what Selena has told you about Tremere abilities. But I think it's I think it's interesting enough to see whether you know what's going on. Let's. I could say occult, but in a weird way, let's make it a kind of retroactive persuasion roll to see how much information you got out of Selena, like, over the past few weeks. That way you've got actual dice in it. So let's just like decide these off-camera moments through a roll based on, you know, how nice you were and how much of her, you know, clan secrets she was willing to give up.
It would make sense for Nulai, like it would be a character for Nulai to try and prod for any information, learn anything new.
Persuasion, and I'll give you your manipulation so you can get your giant dice pool. Why not?
Hell yeah.
Oh, what a kind GM.
For the love of fuck! Alright. Okay, let's just scroll back the dice window. So we have Nulai's Persuasion Messy critical, we have Flynn's Melee critical hit, we have Cartier's Willpower critical hit to not go crazy, as a result of... Well, that one wasn't as good. As a result of, if we go back far enough... Where was your attack? Well, your attack was critical too, wasn't it?
Yes,
No,
just
firearms.
Four in a row.
Was right above. Yeah, 4 in a row. I skipped over the... Yeah, okay. 4 goddamn crits in a row, 2 messy, 2 real. Now, it's kind of hard to do a retcon messy critical, but let's just say that Nulai managed to convince Selena by breaking down into tears. And, like, just emotional outpouring of
Lost boy.
I call that acting.
Yeah, we don't have any way to prove how genuine or not genuine it was, but, like, it was just a real, like... Now, bear in mind, vampires only have one fluid in their body. When a vampire cries, the tears are blood.
Yeah.
Really awkward to clean off, and many a vampire who's, like, started to fray from the hunger has been like and then they forget why they're crying, and they're like, wait, think of something sad. But anyway, that's a tangent. So that's a lot, and you know exactly what Gwendolyn is doing. Gwendolyn is using a fairly basic level ritual, which... That one you would have known anyway, because I think Selena offered it to you at some point and you took a different one. Clinging of the Insect. You drink a potion, and it allows you to climb walls and ceilings kind of like a spider. And so Gwendolyn was using that to hide away. But you also, for some reason, managed to get what Gwendolyn is doing to Joanne out of her, which you really shouldn't have. That is, I think it's called Theft of Vitae. Yes. Which is essentially a long-distance feeding. She was just straight up drinking from Joanne without having to bite, without having to touch. You psychically open the wound and summon the blood right into you. It takes a bit of time, you would reckon, but it seems to... The blood was flying a lot faster than should be possible. You're not entirely sure why that is, but you get the impression that Gwendolyn would have been able to feed from Joanne quite resoundingly, very quickly, had she not been interrupted in some way. Thankfully, Joanne had 3 friends, 2 of which helped.
Now the question is, does any of this knowledge actually help me in this fight?
Not specifically. It's very interesting, and now you know that Gwendolyn is capable of doing those things to you. And there's certainly other things that she may display that you would be able to identify, but she hasn't shown those powers yet.
Right, but there's like nothing that specifically allows me to, nothing that gives me the knowledge of, okay, this is how you stop it, or this is how you prevent it, or some things like that.
Well, in the case of any more sort of ritual-based stuff, she might have potions that she would drink that would give her powers. If she's already had them in her, then it's over. But if say there were things that she has in a bag of tricks that were identifiable, separating her from that bag of tricks might do a lot of good. So if you focus your eyes to see if you can identify whether she has something like that, perhaps that would help. Okay.
That's what we're going for.
Yeah. In which case, you can see that she does seem to have a kind of satchel, basically like a fanny pack. It's weird because she's wearing a fancy yet dirty dress, but she has this sort of thing belted onto her side, which looks to be a fairly, what's the word, secure pouch with a zip that you don't know what's in it. You can't. It's not X-ray vision. You can just see what's there. It's this closed sort of leather pouch thing that's attached to her waist. Looks to be like properly fastened, perhaps because she's planning on crawling around the ceiling. It's hit there well, but that's something that no one else would currently be able to see. And Flynn didn't clock it while she was slashy. So it's possible she has stuff in there that will assist her magic and enable her to do more stuff. Yes, there you go.
Where did you say the satchel was on again? Like
tied to her waist.
Or what? Tied to her what?
Tied to her waist.
Waist.
Where one would imagine a fanny pack would go.
Right. And Flynn hit her in where around? I'm just basically trying to, basically my whole point is to try to be the spotter, essentially.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Flynn hit her.
as to where the
Flynn sliced just center of body midsection. Did not cut the thing loose by accident. Not too far away from it, but yeah. That's a lot of mental analysis in the few seconds of watching this go on. Do you do anything in these sections, in these seconds, or are you just taking in information and trying to see what to do next?
I'd say considering all the mental analysis and all that, the only thing Nulai would then say is something along the lines of Flynn a little lower, aim a little lower, something along those lines.
Of course, Flynn just assumes that Nulai is fantasizing about a back massage.
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all have moved. Joanne, you don't really get a move in this theoretical turn as it is because of what happened to you. It's all you can do to just mentally put together what the fuck just happened. You hear another just sort of bestial hiss from what is to Joanne and Katia still an unidentified creature, so keep that in mind. You have not yet recognized Gwendolyn. Just a hiss, no words, and those of you that can see her shadowed or otherwise, she sort of blurs and winks out of where she was. And for the moment, none of you know where she is. You know that it was not the invisibility power that Joanne is capable of, because that requires you to not be looked at while you enact it.
We're all looking at her.
Flynn will just say, "I'll come back, Gwenny. We were just having fun."
Who?
It's Gwendolyn.
Wow.
She's She's gone a bit feral.
I may have
What, are you
referred
surprised
to her
she's
as a
evil now?
gutter-crawling insect at some point, but I really didn't mean for her to take it that literally.
Okay, doesn't take too long. Flynn, you hear in her gregarious, like you would hear her at the club voice. Why, I'm flattered, darling. Right behind your head, as a hand grabs the back of your neck. And let's see, that would be... That would be composure plus... You don't have any fortitude, do you?
Is that top or bottom?
Fortitude is a discipline, so that would be in your sheet with all your powers. Do you have any points in fortitude?
No.
You do.
I do.
You do. You have one.
I have 1 point. I have 1 point in fortitude.
But it's better. You have 1 point in fortitude, which is better than 1 point in occult, and that's what's important. Roll that fortitude, and by that I mean not the roll button that's next to the powers, or next to the dots, because that'll roll a rouse check. Roll the one on the far right next to the empty boxes that's on the fortitude line under the disciplines part of your sheet. Do you follow?
Yep, got it.
Good. And combine... Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Ignore that. Ooh. Be glad you ignored that.
Yeah.
It is composure with it. You do get a few more dice. I think. Do you have any composure?
I might, but it's not letting me add anything to that roll, except for like a modifier.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, the system is a little strange.
Because I have 2 in composure.
Try it now. I just sort of ad hoc'd it using the systems thing. Same button.
There you go.
That should have been an extra dice. What? Did you hit the drop down and change it? It
No,
changed.
I just pressed the button.
I know, but it changed. It's weird. Okay, let me press this and see if it does what I want it to. Yes. And of course, that's a worse roll than either of the other two.
Oh, great.
We will say that you got 1 success because, dear God, after that you deserved it. I want to make sure you get the right amount of dice. You should have 3 dice. So we'll say that you got 1 success. You could willpower re-roll those 2 normal dice there if you wanted to try for another 2 successes. I'll let you have both because that was a bit of a shambles.
Yeah,
Willpower re-roll button, 2 for your dice, and you take a superficial willpower. You take a smack to the head, metaphorically. You'll be fine.
So how many dice am I rerolling? 2 or 3?
2. Your third one is a hunger dice and cannot be re-rolled. Plus, I'm giving you a 1 success because of the fact that you rolled twice. Okay, so we'll say 2 successes there. 2 successes as back of your neck is grabbed with 1 hand. It's not that strong of a hand, but what it's doing is very fast, so it's going to happen regardless of whether you're able to instantly turn around and throw her off. Now for her, this is... Ooh. Okay. Huh. Okay, that is slightly sad. You only take 1 point of damage, but it is aggravated damage, so your health turns all the way to an X in just 1 point there. Mm-hmm. As... how best to describe this? Suddenly, everything within you is very hot. Very, very hot. For a brief moment, you believe that you have been set alight.
Flynn would be screaming.
But you can hear within yourself a bubbling. It is the sound and the feeling of your blood boiling in your veins.
I feel like that's not meant to happen.
No.
Why?
You take 1 aggravated damage and you're not currently able to do anything in your own defense, as the other 3 of you can see a similar, like, shimmering blur wink back in. Gwendolyn appears directly behind Flynn doing this, and you have a brief moment of her being available. Joanne, you're...
Where?
The 3 of you, Katia, Joanne, and Flynn, are fairly close to each other, and Nulai is like a good 10 feet away, near one of the other bodies, but you guys are gathered near one of the bodies where Joanne was initially attacked.
Okay, how... where am I in proximity to Flynn, as in, like, angles?
Very close. You would probably be to Flynn's left, as... Well, Flynn would have... Yeah, Gwendolyn was above you. Flynn would have leapt at Gwendolyn and then come down, probably in front of you.
Okay.
You'd actually,
so
yeah, you might actually have, you'd probably
a solid
a decent line of sight on the
Gwendolyn.
back of Gwendolyn then, because if Flynn would have landed in front of you and Gwendolyn's behind Flynn, yeah, Gwen has kind of left herself open to you a bit in her whatever this is. You can now see her
Beautiful.
lovely, dirty, blue dress that is blue and red because of all of the blood. And this is the woman that just ate your arm.
I still have 4 bullets in the chamber. I could probably take a pot shot at this bitch. I feel angry and like there's a lot of like I really don't like her. And this is a moment of vindication of like, yeah, you were right, she is a scaly bitch. And I definitely want to just shoot the crap out of her.
Okay. Compose your firearms, and because a lot of Gwendolyn's abilities are very focused, she's not really defending herself. For some reason, it doesn't seem like she doesn't seem to feel too bothered about that at the moment. If you're effectively shooting her in the back, you're probably gonna hit.
I'm gonna shoot her. I'm gonna try and go. Oh, but where is like? Will I don't want to hit Flynn. That's gonna be a little harder to do. Hey.
Flynn can't dodge. Flynn has bigger problems.
That Flynn is on fire.
I would try to aim for Gwendolyn in such a way that I wouldn't necessarily like. Hopefully the bullets would stop in her and not go through and through. So like the biggest center of mass.
Going for the spine or the bones.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, that's a little difficult, but...
And I would shoot twice.
Alright, double tap.
Shoulder blade. Shoulder blade. There's a nice surface area. I would use my academic knowledge there.
There's a little risk in shooting twice and shooting carefully, I will say. It'll be composure firearms in any case, and the amount of successes you have will determine how safe everyone else is.
It's not looking good. It's definitely not looking good.
Huh.
I guess we run out of crits.
Evidently. You could only re-roll 1 dice with your willpower here because there's a lot of hunger in there, and one of your normal dice is your only success.
You know what? I may actually use that here. I haven't done that in a while.
You have a fair amount. You have more willpower than anybody else to use.
Do I use the willpower reroll, right?
Yes. WP reroll. You specify the number of dice. You may only reroll 1 because of the way it works. That did a lot of good for you. And you take 1 superficial willpower hit on your sheet, the one to the right, as the tracker normally works. Okay, this is maybe not the best idea. Thing is, she's very close, and your bullets do definitely whiz into her. They barely seem to do anything. Thing about bullets and vampires is, you can definitely hit a vampire with a bullet and hurt them badly. You can also hit a vampire with a bullet and not hurt them at all, if you hit the wrong parts. It whizzes, and they both whiz through Gwendolyn, not hitting the shoulder blade as you wished. And Flynn, the whizzes continue. A curious thing happens. You feel these like sharp little punches together enough to do just 1 superficial damage, given they weren't shot particularly well, I suppose, unlike Katia's bullet before. However, the curious thing that Flynn doesn't notice because she's too busy going, ah! Is the blood, the little tiny speckles of blood that come out of Flynn and onto the floor. Sizzle. Nulai, at this point you're taking in what you're seeing, and this one's not familiar to you completely. However, Selena never went into a full description, but she did mention that as people in her clan gain power, they can do scarier and scarier things, burn people from the inside and yada yada yada. And this sounds like one of Selena's extreme examples of a thing that a vampire can do.
Blood transmutations.
Yeah. You can also see that pouch on her hip, on her right hip, which is the direction that you would be able to see. So you can see that fairly clearly. Katia is closer though, and you're seeing this whole business unfold. You've just seen Joanne fire 2 bullets into basically almost like the special beam cannon routine for getting both people. They are fairly close together. Gwendolyn is right behind Flynn, but she's also, on the ground now and open.
Would I be able to switch to a melee weapon and charge her in the same movement?
Just.
Okay.
It might be a
Then I will.
difficult hit to pull off because her ability to react will come back by the point that you get all of that done and set up.
We'll try anyway, and I will instruct my companion, given what happened, just is happening to Flynn.
Yeah.
Watch my back. If the usurper comes near, bite her and don't let go. Then I'll charge.
Okay, typical strength melee if it's just going to be the machete in the back. Let me check something. Okay, 3 successes on you. We'll ask, Nulai, are you doing anything as you see this happen?
What sort of regarding the satchel?
Yep.
Can Nulai see how it's all tied together? Are we talking Velcro? Are we talking a hook mechanism, or how is it tied around her waist?
It seems as though she's just had it fastened to a fairly tight belt that absolutely does not belong on the dress that she's wearing. And it seems to just be sort of tightly digging in to her hips such that it stays fastened, and it doesn't look comfortable at all. It looks very much like something that she has affixed to herself very quickly, because there is immediate use for it. Very tight, leather satchel, leather belt sort of pouch thing.
Sadly, Moonlight does not have a knife.
But you could shout for people to focus on that. Anyway, you don't get to see that for very long. As Katia moves in, swings the machete, you just start to cut into Gwendolyn's back when she shimmers again. And whoosh, this time, less of a shimmer into non-existence because you're up so close. You can see that it is motion. It is movement. She is moving very fast to the right. Lets go of Flynn, who just falls down flat. No roll out of that one. You'll catch yourself, but oh boy. She darts out to the right, and you will be able to see her again when she stops. So there's this another brief moment of, where is Gwendolyn?
Just hide and seek.
Doesn't seem to be a Tremere thing, the darting around real quick, by the way, Nulai. That's entirely a different set of abilities, but you have heard of being able to confer those abilities. Selena mentioned, again, potions you could drink, or possibly some kind of object focused upon.
I guess this would be the time for sensing the unseen.
Yeah. Remind me, is that level 2? Is that...
Yes.
So it's a rouse check for it?
As usual.
Nulai hungers.
Oh dear.
It's fine. It's fine. No worries at all. Okay. And... specifically...
I have resolve and discipline here.
I'll give you your wits, actually, if you want the higher.
Sure.
Because you're literally trying to react to darting around.
I feel like I'm gonna re-roll some of that.
The worst roll I've ever seen.
I feel like I should try and re-roll here.
I would recommend re-rolling those 2 normal dice to try and get yourself out. Oh, good. Okay, so not a bestial failure then. You always get bestial failure in like the least sensible. Like, it's just thinking. Thinking is too hard. Thinking is making you go. Ah! It could never be anything actiony.
That's very in character, though.
Yes. No lie. Could you perform this physical task for me? Okay, sure. No worries. No lie. Could you like to convince this armed soldier to have a dance party instead of killing us and our friends? Sure. No worries. No lie. Could you contemplate your existence for a minute? Ah! Okay, that'll be a no. Good. Gotcha. Anyway. You can much as Katia saw, you can definitely see that what Gwendolyn is doing isn't so much hiding and turning invisible as it is moving very fast. But through your power, I will say that you are able to catch those shimmers as she darts around. She seems to just be kind of whirlwinding a little, trying to... because if she stops, everyone will know where she is. She's just... zit, 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 zit. Someone with a very, very quick reaction time might be able to take advantage of that, but the best you could probably do is call out to where she appears and give someone a little bit. You'll have maybe a half a second extra time before she makes her next move.
Then I'll prepare to call out to whoever she seems to be targeting, and in case it's me, I prepare to dodge.
Okay.
I mean, that's the best I can do. Unless anybody else has any good solid area if area of effect moves or some shit like that. Probably not. No problem.
Right, not.
Counting.
Many of you took social powers, very few of you took fighty stuff, which has worked for you in a lot of your very social chronicle up until this point, but unfortunately Gwendolyn does not want to talk.
This is a problem.
Okay, is this... She appears on the far end of the cavern. And you are able to... and get everybody to turn their heads. She is, like, far away from everybody else. And she just... does a sort of... It's not a noise, but she's, like, making these things with her hands and sort of pointing and gesturing in a way. At Joanne, who can roll stamina and composure to resist.
Oh dear.
Flynn, you're not going to be acting for a little bit,
Okay.
but the burning has stopped. You're cooling down. It's nice. Stamina and composure. Alright. She rolls as well. Ha. You can feel, and this is different, you can feel inside. It's different, but it's on the same lines. The blood that's inside of you starts to waver and thin. It's almost like some of it is dispersing and like vanishing and evaporating within you, and you can feel your throat tighten, and you grunt, and you hold, and you focus, and you push that feeling out, and only a negligible non-number affecting amount of your blood has been banished, extinguished, evaporated, whatever she was doing.
How the fuck is she doing this?
Nula, you don't really know what's happening there because, I mean, it's not visual enough, so you couldn't tell what Gwendolyn just did, but Joanne doesn't seem terribly bothered. She's quite far away. Anybody who wants to take a ranged attack could, but she is going to move before anyone could get their melee. Run if you like, but you've seen her move quickly enough to be sure that you don't have that time. Like, it's not...
Could I?
Yeah.
Nula seems to be watching for where she's going to move. Could I, like, wait for his warning and then try to get to her before she moves a second time?
Yeah, y'all could wait. Y'all could wait her out at this point, and just try and... Yeah. Joanne, you're together enough that you could shoot if you wanted to, though. She's a ways away, but there's no one else in the firing line. Okay. In that case, she shimmers again without too much fuss. Starts rotating again. You can see that there's and this happens in like 3 seconds. There's a lot of perhaps faint moves, she'll hang around in an area and almost look like she's settling, and then she'll move again, and so Nulai will start to... In this case, let's just quickly get a wits and awareness roll from Nulai, purely to find out whether the warning comes fast enough for the person who needs it.
I'm re-rolling.
Okay. Yeah, you can roll up. You can roll all three of them. 2 successes. It doesn't. Yeah. Katia, you hear Nulai shout your name as Gwendolyn appears, full-bodied, right in front of you. Yes?
I was going to say, if she's behind me, told my dog to watch my back. But
That's true, but she
she's
is
in front
not.
of me. That's different.
She is right in front of you. She appears right where your gaze is. Yeah. And simply states, "Defend me with your life." You get a roll. You get a roll. We're not.
Oh, I know. I know.
This ain't a dictatorship. Let me quickly get the correct. It is intelligence and resolve for our Katia here.
I'm gonna blood surge this one,
Oh, that's an idea.
if I can do that.
You absolutely can.
Okay, so rouse check.
Rouse check. That's a
Cool, so
critical
far.
success on a rouse check. Doesn't do anything special, but it's nice.
So intelligence plus resolve, and it's +2 for the blood surge.
Blood surge is a +2 to an attribute of your choice, but it really doesn't matter because it's only lasts one
Okay.
roll. Functionally, it's 2 dice. It's one of those weird rules where it's like, I get why that's a thing, but it's unnecessarily detailed. Fucking hell.
We used up all the crits.
The willpower option can become combined with a blood surge, and you have
We'll give it a try.
3.
So, okay.
2 successes. I have not rolled for Gwendolyn yet. There may be luck, there may not. She can't be that powerful in so many disciplines, can she?
She is a rather old hag.
Well, I was supposed to say, yep, she can, but apparently not. Fuck. Okay, you hear her say that, you see her eyes flash, and your eyebrow just raises. And you don't actually hear this, but you imagine you hear, in the back of your mind, "Don't listen to that bitch." Perhaps once upon a time it would have been Arcady's voice encouraging you, but not so these days. You have a second now, as she believes that she has succeeded, in which to surprise her with whatever the hell you want to do, and she's very close. She went all in on
I'm
this.
taking her head off if I can.
Oh
We'll see what the
boy!
dice say.
Okay. That's a cold shot. Is that something that affects the difficulty or your modifier? I should know these things faster, but a lot of them are coming up quick for the first time today. I'm impressed. Yeah, cold shots using when attempting decapitation. After the attacker tests, they subtract successes. Okay, so I will. Because she's off guard, I'm not going to subtract many. So yeah, strength melee. It's just that quintessential vampire shot. I'm not going to penalize you very hard on this.
Karma's a bitch.
Are we taking it, or are we further pushing the willpower?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so yes.
That's a
Willpower
second one.
reroll.
I noticed you didn't mark the willpower damage the first time, so I
That's
marked them
correct.
both.
I see you've done it now.
has anybody... Flynn, I think you did a reroll at one point, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Well, your willpower ain't marked, so...
So what
That's wrong,
determines
yeah.
how many dice I reroll? Or is it just...
You can roll up to 3, and the ones that are available are normal dice that did not succeed, with a success being
Okay.
6 or higher. So you can reroll 3, because all 5 of your normal dice sucked.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, you
How
can
many
always
willpower do I
reroll your
have?
successes as well.
If you did it once, you just take 1 damage, Flynn.
The law of averages rears its ugly head.
As your eyebrow raises, Gwendolyn manages to catch that. And ducks as you swing. She doesn't blink out, zip out the way she was before. She merely ducks.
Do I at least mess up her hair?
Yeah, you chop some locks of hair off, and she, bitch! So there's that happened, that's cool. But not a great amount of other successes. However, her reaction was just that. It was just a duck. She is still in position where she is in front of Katya. Nula, you're reasonably close right now. Flynn, you've composed yourself and could make a move here. Joanne, you are still just fine. So anybody who wants to have a go at Gwendolyn while she's got that moment of vulnerability, now's the time.
I'd give it another go.
Just with your weapon?
I also kind of
Yeah.
want to shoot at her as well if I'm in range.
Yes, she's not in melee with Katya the way she was grabbing Flynn, so it's a lot safer to shoot at her now. I would say that Joanne would probably shoot before anyone would reach melee to go for it.
Okay. Let's do this. I would use my last 2 bullets and then shoot her in the chest area, I think would make the most sense.
Okay, 3 successes on that. She will get a dodge opportunity. Okay, her body turns and shifts a little, and 1 bullet whizzes past her side, and the other one thunks right into it. And you get another satisfying hiss, which brings a smile to your face as Flynn begins heading towards making a melee attack. Nulai, you're taking this all in as in your position as spotter. Do you do or say anything?
Where is the Gwendolyn facing right now?
Facing Katya specifically, not really prepared to face anybody else, but she still seemed to react to Joanne, so she's got some kind of awareness going on. Whatever it is always worth a try.
Well, I guess we're gonna try and dominate.
Okay. So you're gonna just sort of move yourself to Gwendolyn's eyesight?
Something along those lines.
Yeah, that could happen as Flynn rushes in. It will probably... I'll tell you what, Flynn makes the attack first, and you could maybe catch her eye while she's reeling from it if Flynn succeeds. If she doesn't, you probably won't get the chance.
Alright.
So...
Melee
I'll wait
strength.
for the chance then.
Yeah, wait for the chance. Melee strength, as always, Katya and Flynn are nothing if not straightforward. Where did the crits go? You were so good with them.
I got 1.
We used them all up, I told you.
Yeah.
We ran out.
2 successes
Big
ain't bad. Keeping the reroll or going for it?
Nah, keep it. It's alright.
Okay. Keeping the 2 successes. We will roll Gwendolyn's... Okay. Gwendolyn would also like to know where the good rolls went. It is not the satisfying, horrendous wound slice open that you wanted to score on this terrible woman, but your blade does sink in and cut her in a like sort of like a cross now of the other cut that you made. You're making a little tapestry. The other one was deeper and better, but this one's okay. And she does reel, move back a bit. Her head moves. She looks as Nulai sort of awkwardly just sort of slides in behind where Katia is, like, and that catches her eye for a split second. And you can yell something at her right now if you want to try and dominate someone who also knows how to dominate. Good luck.
I will blood search for this.
Ah, that's, yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom, every fucking time.
Your hunger
Oh, yep.
is really loud right now, and as you do this, you can say whatever you want, but part of you would really like to just, tell her to hold still while you sink your teeth into her neck. Is that hunger 4?
No, it's now 3.
Okay.
I was at 1. I've done it manually here. So, well, now I would have to rouse check again for mesmerize. So I'll do that. And, I'm telling you.
Oh dear God.
I wish I had kept track all this time. I did it for once, and I had like 2 out of 13 successes.
I mean, it's all video evidence.
There are bodies lying around that you could potentially,
Possibly fresh enough that y'all could top up, but right now
I'm planning
things are
to
busy.
top up.
Things are busy. Okay, what do you say to Gwendolyn?
Come here and give me your satchel.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah. That
I'm
is
rolling manipulation and
manipulation
discipline +2.
dominate against intelligence and resolve. Gwendolyn's intelligence and resolve. There's the number. So the thing is, 3 successes is a decent amount in this game because it's so varied. Like, it's always you can have a 10 dice pool and succeed no times.
What happens if I run out of willpower? Like, I mean, I'm on my last healthy willpower here. I've taken 3
I
superficial
believe the
health,
condition
willpower
is
damage.
called impaired.
That does not sound good at all.
I'm going all in.
Or is that... that might be for humanity. No, a character with no willpower points left is impaired, and I think that's superficial damage. Yeah. You get a -2 dice penalty to all social and mental tests. You sure you want to go all in?
I already went all in.
Okay. Well, you got... Jeez. Man. Alright. Okay, so as you're using the last of your, mental fortitude... Yeah, this better work, this better work, this better work, this better work, this better work. You've got a headache, and your nose is bleeding, and you feel like if this doesn't work, there's not much that you're going to be able to do in the foreseeable future. You just, with all your might, you just stare her in the face, and you say, "Come over here and hand me your satchel." Cold, commanding Nulai voice. Gwendolyn rolls. Her head turns. Blinks. And then she shimmers. Darts out of the conflict that she's
Shifts
in.
it slowly.
Ignoring Katya, ignoring Flynn, ignoring Joanne. She appears right in front of Nulai. Pulls the satchel out. Holds it out. Looking somewhat dazed. Holds it out. Seems to wait for Nulai to take it.
So if I take it slowly, it'll give the rest of us more time.
Command was handed to me. If it's not in your hand yet, the command ain't done. She holds it and she sort of stares at you. If you're not immediately taking the satchel, does anybody else do anything?
What I want to do at this point is grab her and just make sure she stops warping all over the goddamn room.
What if I grab her and then you smash her? Because I do not
If
have
you also
smashing
grab her.
tools. Yeah.
While
I'm
that's
gonna grab her.
true, I'm the one with brawl skills, which is probably what holding her in place will call for.
Someone do something. You haven't got.
That's what I want to do.
You're
That's
just.
my
I'm
first
gonna
waiting for
grab her
some.
too.
I'm waiting for somebody to grab her successfully before I act.
That's my
call
plan.
first dibs on-
Okay.
Can I jump and grab her too? Dog pile.
God, look, she's not resisting, so yeah, just like Joanne grabs an arm, Katia grabs an arm, and she's like, "Ugh," and she's just holding this out and seems very focused in Nulai taking the satchel. Does Nulai take the
Keep her
satchel?
in place while Flynn saws through her throat is as much of a plan as I have right now.
Hey, it's a good plan as far as plans.
Nulai, considering the lack of willpower, the increasing hunger, and everything else in between, I'd say Nulai fucking bites her. Nulai sinks his teeth into her.
Joanne and Katia, there's a sort of rock backwards as like the force of Nulai is just... And Gwendolyn, the satchel falls out of her hand as the way the bite works in subduing people, if it successfully landed, starts to take over the many capabilities at her disposal. Nulai is drinking Gwendolyn. We will say that the first hunger point melts away as everybody reacts to this. Well, not reacts, but, like, takes in the fact that this is happening. More will follow if nobody makes any attempt to stop it.
Flynn's just gonna say, gross, dude. You don't know where she's been. And leave it at that.
You know what? I'm not all that inclined to argue at this point. We've seen a lot of shit today.
Yeah.
Another point of hunger goes away.
Can I take the satchel
Just...
while they're busy?
Satchel is on the ground. You can pick it up. You can zip it
do.
open.
I would like to see what is inside the satchel.
Fuck, my satchel.
Little vials, not full of a lot, but like differently colored liquids. A few of them are empty. There's only 2 that are not empty.
Okay. I
What?
can't identify them though.
No, you're not a Tremere.
Okay.
2 little potions. That's it.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna sling that over my shoulder then, and then they're busy. I'm gonna make my way over to the bodies that are there and see if there's one that's fresh enough that I can just sate some of my hunger and heal a little bit.
Another point of Nulai's hunger goes away. Nulai is now barreling down towards drinking the last of Gwendolyn and performing something which should concern a lot of you. And Flynn, you know exactly which direction this is heading. Does anybody have any issue at this point as Joanne starts drinking from a fresh corpse?
I would like to see if I can haul Nulai off and just finish her off the old-fashioned way.
You're just going to attempt to pull them apart?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That would be strength brawl. Nulai, I assume that you are disinclined to acquiesce to this request.
Yes. Can I vocally try to say no?
No, because your mouth is full.
I go.
Don't talk while you're eating, Nulai.
And you have no willpower. But you don't need great amount of willpower. It's a purely physical contest here.
This is hilarious.
Can I blood search for this, considering I'm already drinking?
Yeah.
Fuck you. The one time it doesn't matter. I can succeed at it.
Alright, strength brawl. No, would it be strength athletics? Who cares? You have 0 points in both.
Amazing.
4 successes on Katya.
Fuck you, man.
Two successes on Nulai.
I mean, I think that's actually, like, very accurate for the lore here.
That would
This is true. It's a believable reaction.
that would be a bestial failure. How do I want to play this?
Look, I'm already upset about Joanne stealing the satchel. I went through a lot of trouble to get that satchel. But I wanted to have my cake and eat it too. And now I
Wait
don't get
for
to
it,
do
because
either.
You are
The second Katya pulls you off, I have something to say, and it's just going to be a casual observation. Nothing serious.
okay. So
Continue.
your hunger is at 1. You are violently ripped away from Gwendolyn as you were just about to seal the deal. All you can think about is drinking. Anything. Not because you are overly hungry, but because you realize right now you've not been full in so long. Have you killed any creature?
Nope.
You have never been full. You would like to be full. Every thought occupying your mind for the next few minutes at least, until you can calm down and control yourself, is, I would like to be full. Doesn't necessarily have to be a vampire, doesn't necessarily have to be Gwendolyn, doesn't have to be anything. It has to be you would like to turn something that is alive into something that is dead so that you can be full. Do you have to do this? No. But you want to, and you can't stop thinking about it. Good luck. Gwendolyn is in a daze at this point, but that daze will pass. If you are going to do something to her to prevent her from continuing to attack you, you are going to want to do it fast, everybody who isn't Nulai. Nulai, there is something you could do, but it's just been denied.
I would love to chop her head off, but that is dependent on Nulai not attacking me as I haul him away.
So what you're saying is you need someone else to hold me off.
If Flynn
What
tries
I'm
to hold
saying is-
Nulai so that you can get at her,
What is Nulai's intention right now?
Well, Nulai wants to drink someone. If it's not Gwendolyn, then someone. I think that's what we established here.
Yes.
well, it's got to be someone, then it
Nulai-
might as well be her.
Nulai thirsts for the power and the feeling of fullness. Nulai knows about diablerie, right? I'm sure Juliet has taught her.
You know that if you do to a vampire what one does to a human when one loses control, then it is very dangerous. It can make you powerful, but it can also destroy you and or just leave you empty and completely unbeneficial. And it's a tough process, and it is forbidden under Camarilla law unless someone has been essentially has had like a blood hunt called on them, therefore they become protected by absolutely
this is
nothing.
where my famous catchphrase gets to action. I am the law.
Well, this is the city of dread. So,
Or our acting prince could very quickly call a blood hunt. Just saying.
by this point, Gwendolyn is probably the closest thing to an enemy. But you know, you're the one who just pulled him away.
Tweet
so
out a blood hunt on Gwendolyn.
if you're gonna,
Someone were to suggest
2 minutes
this
later,
to
Gwendolyn
me,
has been found dead.
yeah, right now we're just theorizing. No one's saying anything in this moment of Nulai being thrown off and Gwendolyn having a few seconds Something needs to be done with Gwendolyn. Either... Katia, you're aware of this. Either Gwendolyn needs to be actively being drained, or Gwendolyn needs to have a blade go through the head, or Gwendolyn is going to reactivate as a combatant.
That's 100% what I intend to do, but again, it's dependent on does Nulai
Yeah, what does Nulai
stop
do in
me
this
from doing it at this point?
direct moment? Do you take action?
Nulai keeps trying to drink Gwendolyn. I guess.
Okay, so Nulai is just like sort of fighting Katia at this point, and Katia is just holding both of them. And Flynn, you are free and seeing this, so I would say that Flynn is the person who can act here.
Yeah, I'd try and pull him off, and restrain him.
Well, so you focus all on Nulai, okay?
Yeah.
More strength brawl against Nulai, I guess. We'll say this is sort of a combined thing of Nulai versus the attentions of Flynn and Katia. If Nulai rolls really well here, he will get Gwendolyn.
You know damn well I'm rouse checking again.
Okay. Yeah, it's Flynn. Flynn will roll on behalf of you both here because Katia has... Oh god. Yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like when a really tall person is just holding the short person and they're like off the ground. Except Nulai is on the ground. It's just he's not effectively doing anything. But Flynn has got Nulai in hand at this point, and Katia, you now have Gwendolyn in hand as she starts to... You see a little bit of recognition start to come back into her eyes.
Let's make sure she can't get up again.
Chopping the head off, or doing something else?
Chopping the head off while she's on the ground and dazed.
Okay, that's not really... It's technically still a cold shot, but I'm not going to penalize it because of the situation that you're in and her lack of ability to resist. So if you succeed in this attack, you will end her.
While they're all doing this, can I say that I've had my quick battlefield snack and just
Yes.
stocked up a point of hunger?
You have you've done enough in that time to... Yeesh.
Oh.
So yeah, you've lost 1 point. You still have to drink for a bit longer to get it down further, which means you might not be involved in whatever conversation and how Nulai's current
I
social
literally
issues
just
are...
wanted to knock down 1 point and maybe
Alright,
gather back
you're good.
1 point of health because
You're
I was going to go back into the fray.
Yeah. Hey, well, yeah, we'll say you can heal with that. 5 successes. Whoosh! And as Gwendolyn's head falls away and rolls, those of you that care to look can see this blonde, attractive when not covered in blood face begin to wither and wrinkle and cave in as the weight of years catches up with her and her hair starts to resemble less blonde hair and more pasta. And her body melts as well and crumbles. And you just see the ash-covered dress in the end. And this little mop of hair and ash. And Gwendolyn, Herald of the Camarilla, isn't there anymore. Now, I'm not saying that Nulai is maddened to the point where he must start drinking from his friends. It's just that it's a strong idea that it's something you'd really like to do. You're not being controlled, you're just... in a bad way.
You know, if this was, you know, the one ring being thrown into the volcano, I'd say we're looking at the equivalent reaction of a golem. If there was a way to jump into those ashes and somehow try to drink them, I think that's what Nula would be trying to do.
Does Flynn allow him to do this?
No.
I really don't want to just keep rolling these grapple checks forever and ever, so we'll say that it's pretty clear that Nulai is the loser in this situation of trying to remain free. You'll get another shot eventually if it carries on too long, but you're being held, and you might have to talk to her if you want to solve this issue. As Joanne returns to the group, sated.
I'm a little bit inclined to follow Joanne's example. As macabre as it is to bend over a group of corpses in the aftermath of a battle, there could be worse coming up.
Yeah. You can see that ritual circle over in the distance, yet to be examined. As you guys are dealing with that too, footsteps echo from the way you came. And you can see a smiling Walter Crimson, Celia on one side and his soft-spoken bodyguard Salim on the other. Well, she seemed upset. I didn't want to interfere with your quarrel. But I take it you've resolved the issue?
Did you know it was her down here?
Glare at him.
I didn't know there was anything down here. You did notice that it was my men came out, told me about the place, and I have not actually been here before, correct?
Mm-hmm.
As I've stated before, my association with Gwendolyn was once very solid, but in recent weeks seemed compromised. Looks like she was planning an escape.
She chose a side. She chose wrong.
He looks to the still struggling Nulai. Are you all right?
No.
Appreciate the honesty. Is there anything we could do to help?
Oh boy.
Turn back time. I believe your mage can do it.
Sadly, I don't.
Maybe you could try believing.
Stronger powers than me have done so and failed. One can pass into a memory, into a dream, but you cannot walk back the years, in fact. We are stuck with the choices we made.
I didn't get to make a choice here. That choice was taken away from me.
Celia nods. Or the choices others make on our behalf, yes. In that case, I suggest getting even works wonders for me. She smiles at Katya, and she doesn't smile much.
I have no particular response to that.
No. Others have been, you gather, alerted that this was a thing, as Mikhail shuffles his way down, as does Sapphire. Looks around, takes in the blood and the bodies. This was quite the festivities, I see. Your work?
Only one.
Hmm. Do you point out the pile of
point to
ashes?
the-
It wouldn't
The
be very
dress
clear.
and the ashes.
You get the impression Crimson was watching, but the other two have come down. Do we know this one?
We did.
Well, let me put it this way. We'll need to recruit a new herald.
Tragic.
That's
Mikhail. Just... So this was... What, her? Was she taking out some frustrations? It seems like it was her own people here.
I don't know. She might have been preparing that. I'll point to the circle.
And you can see that there are trails of blood leading towards the circle from the bodies, like the bodies were killed at the circle and then dragged away from the circle after whatever they were being used for was done. It says, magic shit. Fuck. Yeah. Gestures to, Crimson. Untrustworthy man who is probably plotting to kill us. Do you have explanation of what this is? Well, other than my terrible offense at the slander that you have just spoken. Celia, is that the thing we're looking for? She starts to move towards the circle, and you guys can shuffle over there at this point. How is this Nulai and Flynn situation developing? While everyone starts to stop paying attention to your sufferings and move towards the circle.
I'd say at this point, the puppy has stopped struggling and is just loosely hanging.
Yeah, you're getting some time to, like, refocus here, and, I mean, it's up to you. You can lean into the compulsion as much as you like, but it's... You're starting to fade back to earth. The idea of, you know... It's deeply frustrating that you did not get your chance here, but... More chances can come. You're definitely...
Would petting a dog
still
help
very-
Nulai's mood any? Because we've got one.
It's true, there is a dog.
Not unless Nulai can eat it.
The dog stays away from Nulai. It's just one of the generalized rules of the game is that no one is allowed to eat. Please do not put margarine on your coworkers. Please do not eat your coworkers. Simple stuff. But yeah, you're able to settle if you unless you decide to derail the train. Just let me know if anything is to be done while I... Yeah. But the group is able
I
to
just
take...
wanna check,
Yes?
sorry, how much I managed. I know I had 1 point of hunger that I've managed to sort out.
Yeah.
What did that do in terms of healing? Or how much does that translate to? Because I only healed 1 point of superficial damage.
You can heal up at the cost of a rouse check for each point, I believe, or possibly each 2 points. You specifically, because of your blood potency, you can heal for 2 points every time other people would heal 1. So let's say that you took
Okay.
one from that feeding, because that sort of eats up the need for a rouse check. If you would like to heal the other 2, you would rouse check for it. I would recommend that this is a good time for people to check on their health totals in general, and can't really do much for your willpower other than by sleeping or, I guess, having a kind of social reinvigoration.
Oh, I'm back up to 3.
And that 2 is for Joanne specifically. I think the rest of you can only heal 1 per rouse check or feeding. But Katia and Flynn, if you let Nulai go, would be able to also partake of the bodies, and nobody's really noticing or caring at this
It
point.
feels a little bit ghoulish, but I will at the least
Yeah.
top off hunger to get that down to 1.
Okay.
They are already dead, you know, it's just going to waste if we don't use it.
Theoretically, you could just do the healing and then drink again as necessary, so... You wouldn't be able to heal your aggravated damage, Katia, but you could heal your superficial up as well.
Happily, if I can do that and get hunger down to 1. That would be great.
You can take a few minutes to do that while Celia and Sapphire and everybody else, or the people who for whom this is perhaps an area of expertise, are checking out the circle. And the conclusion that they come to is that the circle was nearly complete, and that Gwendolyn was interrupted with perhaps the last little section, sort of runic text there.
Are we glad
You're not-
about that?
Well, Celia says it is entirely possible that this leads to the very temple that may contain your prince. I believe that with a little more blood, either from one of these departed gentlemen or from a willing donor, we could complete this circle and have it take a certain number of us to the destination that it is set for.
I would
Mem-
guess. Let's try and, gather up the remaining blood. If necessary, I'm pretty sure Gwendolyn wasn't being particularly efficient. She didn't seem to be in the frame of mind of being like,
Yeah. You guys finish that work. We'll zoom it a little. There's a bit of talk here and there. Everybody that was in a position of leadership makes their way down to here by the time y'all are ready. So Church is here, Yusuf is here, Mikhail is here, Sapphire's here. Crimson and his pair are here as they deliberate what to do with this thing. And it is confirmed through Sapphire and Celia's magical abilities that this is going to take whoever goes to the temple where conceivably Juliet can be found and saved. And I will say, for Nulai, perhaps hearing about the possibility of this would be enough to reactivate, not all of it, but enough willpower to carry on. If Nulai is able to calm and look towards that. So you might get, we'll say 2 back.
Alright.
And we will say Joanne, who only has 1 missing, could get that back as well. Flynn has 1 missing, could get that back as well. And Katya will let you have yours back as well. You were missing 2 there, yeah. It's 2 for everybody, but only 2 of you have lost that much. And that's just a flash of resolve at identifying that your goal is close. But
how does this thing work? Can we all go through it?
yeah, it's a fairly wide circle, and it seems like she points out that there are points along this kind of, not pentagram, but it's, one of those like satanic-looking bunches of lines. And she points at the intersections of these lines and says, I would be able to activate this with the spilling of the blood of a powerful vampire. Just a quick slash to the arm on whoever is willing to do that. And everyone who is standing in one of these points, including myself, will be whisked away. And so, counting, she can bring 6 people other than herself. And Crimson immediately steps forward and says, and of course one of them will be me, since otherwise you won't have her. Celia. She looks a little... She doesn't look completely thrilled about what he said, but she does nod and say, yes, Walter will be joining. That leaves 5 spaces.
Flynn will take a step forward. Well, I'm going.
I'm honestly going.
Maybe Mikhail would like to.
Obviously, I'm in.
Celia, to a point, assumes that the group of 4 will take places, but she does look to Nulai and... Your prince awaits. one further leg of this journey?
Well, if everybody else is going.
One space left. Crimson raises his hand. Well, of course I don't go anywhere without my bodyguard, so you will fucking shut up. Joanne. You are the acting prince. Kyle just sort of lifts his hand. This hat-wearing smug fucker can buy himself a seat, but that is the only seat I shall see him buy.
I'm inclined to agree.
We are
Kyle.
here at your behest for the sake of the woman you speak for. So tell us. He gestures at those that are gathered. He gestures at Church, Sapphire, Yusuf, Salim, and himself. Who shall join you?
This is a tough one. Looking... We
This
don't
point-
know what we're going to face on the other side.
At this point, Pasha steps forward and looks up at Celia. Ruff! Celia raises an eyebrow. This one is bonded to you, yes?
He is.
Take him in your arms. He will either come with us or he won't, but he will be fine.
Flynn, you should probably take Mikhail in your arms.
If I could make a... This is a little bit of an out-of-character suggestion, because it's not Filicati's place to point out, but... I think it would be most appropriate if the Anarchs had a representative. Julia's entire deal in the first place was reaching out to them.
This choice is completely free. You can ask any of them to make their case if they want to go or if they don't or who they think should, but Mikhail is effectively just doing the deference thing and being like, this is up to you. He hasn't, shouted me, but he also probably would if you asked him. But the Anarchs might very much want in, and yeah, just take it how you will.
My question would be, whatever we face on the other side, we're probably going to need all our mental fortitude to face it. So I don't want anyone going through that doesn't 100% want to be there. If there is any hesitation or doubt that you are going to go through that portal and fuck up whatever we find on the other side, then don't bother.
Okay, I'm out then. Justice.
Church and
Oddly enough, Nulai, I had no doubt.
Church and Sapphire sort of look at each other. Sapphire takes a single back step. It's not that I wouldn't, but if you're gonna take one of us, well, I mean, he's better. Yes, he fucking is.
To that point, now that we have established people who really want to go, the next question is, how can we support what is currently not a very strong fighting party? I'm going to need someone who can do a bit of damage. I feel like Church or Yusuf would be a good idea.
I want to
cut
fight
his
to the
point
death.
of having a representative, Church seems like a great idea. Plus, I don't know, maybe at some point if we need to throw Juliet over the back of a lion and let them gallop off into the sunset, that could also work. That's my logic. Any opposing suggestions or theories?
Well, like I said, maybe do good old-fashioned battle royale. See who's the strongest.
An extraordinarily unnecessary way of establishing something that I could literally just decide if I wanted to.
From a tactical point of view, if you don't mind.
I'd welcome your input.
There is another consideration. We're going potentially to this creature's home. What is this creature good at?
Compelling others to follow its whims.
I am all for letting the lion run loose in the china shop. I don't think I got that quite right, but still. How sure are you that this thing won't get to you? Church throws up his hand. I try not to be certain about things, but I don't think he's done it before.
That's exactly what Mikhail said. And look what happened.
I wish I could say I am immune. I thought I was. But I have learned from that arrogance, and I will not make the claim again, but I don't think any of us are. You claim to have made us such, she points at Celia. Can you make this move without you being there? What? Perhaps you need to be squared away somewhere safe. That will not be possible. That's very vague. I don't like that. It is the answer. Of course, and if we don't have her, the little shield thingies in our brains go poof and we all kill each other. Great, yes, this is a wonderful idea. Okay. Well, it seems like there's no guarantee no matter who you pick. You could look at it from the sense of who is the strongest arm to have in that room with you, or who is the worst foe to face if their will is taken.
Let's be honest, thinking about the latter is really only going to yield very depressing results, because honestly, if it comes to that, I feel a lot more will be lost. So let's think on the positive side of things. I think Purge would be a good choice.
I agree. I mean, that's not. He's a giant lion.
Yeah, what's not to like?
Mikhail nods. It is tactically sound.
Tactical is all we really have at this point, given the variables we know.
But there is one more question. If none of you come back, who's in charge, Joanne?
That's a very serious question. Not fucking Jacob, that's for sure. He has about as much spine as a jellyfish or a garden slug.
Chief, I assume that's not a tough question as far as the Anarchs are? No, it's not. Just don't run them to ruin, okay? Yeah, cool. Anarchs seem to have sorted their power. Presuming Church is going. Alright.
Right, this is gonna seem kind of crazy. Especially given the typical Camarilla hierarchies. But I would name Mikhail acting prince until such time as he finds someone he deems trustworthy to lead the organization. Because I trust his instincts and his loyalties more than anyone else.
Yusuf speaks at this point and simply says, I shall serve as witness to this declaration and will back it up. Mikhail nods. Well, good. Doesn't mean we won't get daggers in our chests, but at least I won't be the only one. Alright. All I can say is... come back. Come back with
That is
Juliet.
the plan.
If you cannot come back with Juliet, come back anyway.
That's the plan.
He thinks for a second. fishes something out of his pocket. Walks up to where those of you that are going are standing in the circle. Just kind of presses it into Joanne's hand. It's a little... It's strange. It's a little, this battered, old-looking, like, figurine. Like a little soldier figurine. It's about hundreds of years old. And he says, keep that close. And whatever tries to go for your mind will have a harder time. I'd like to say it will prevent it entirely, but, well, I no longer think that. It's not useless, though. And give it back, or I will fucking find you.
I mean, that seems like a great failsafe. So,
He just shakes his head. And last thing he does, he turns to Church and says, you nearly killed me, but you did not. Yes? So my intent to threaten whoever went into my place, into damn sure taking care of them and all of the things that I would do, doesn't really hold much water. No. Pretty please don't fucking die. Acknowledged. Nods. Church steps into the position of one of the little star points. And Celia asks to borrow someone's knife. Or just anything cutty.
Slicey dicey.
Flynn will hand
How-
her knife.
Okay. Then asks to borrow someone's arm.
Since
how
Flynn's already there.
do I have to be?
If Flynn is gesturing and holding the arm out,
Yeah.
then without much issue, a quick cut. It's shallow. It's like a it's not damaging. It is it's like, you know, those few drops of blood to ignite sort of thing. She holds the knife in front of your arm, and you sort of have to will, because it was a shallow cut, you have to just will the blood to just drip. Drips onto the knife. Kind of glows. And then before the eyes of everyone who stays behind, everyone in the circle just... and the cavern is empty. And we will take a 5-minute break. And we will resume on the other end. After we empty bladders and rejuvenate our limbs and whatever else needs to be done. Alright, we are back. The BRB screen is being taken away and the faces are on the cameras again. Hello, friends. Welcome to the temple. Please enjoy your stay. Try not to die. Are we all ready and excited? It's a strange feeling. It's like your eyes aren't sure what's going on. It's not physically disturbing or anything. This is kind of like a rush of air as the air around you changes. You're no longer in a cavern. You're instead in... seems to be this grand interior. But you're fairly low down. See this possibly high ceiling that looks aged, but finely made out of a kind of sandstone, maybe? The walls are lined with statues about twice as big as any of you. Look to be kind of Roman centurions? It's like... feels like some kind of Roman temple, some ancient Rome thing going on. There are steps in front of you leading up to a sort of raised dais. And if you look around to your sides, you'll find that those stairs are sort of all around, kind of like a pyramid raised thing. There's no railings or anything, just you can begin approaching this raised center platform from whatever direction you like. You arrive in the circle, 7 of you, with your, with Celia, Crimson, and Church. Take a deep breath. Celia holds a hand in a soft-spoken voice. She says, "We must find its body and set it alight. No matter how old it is, it will be undone by that. I do not know how it has not begun to defend itself yet." None of you can hear anything in your ear. No mental attacks just yet.
Not burning things sounds like a solid plan. Find Juliet and torch the place.
Hmm.
And wait for the ambush.
You cannot really
The inevitable
see
ambush.
that which you are approaching if you go up the steps, but there's also not really anywhere else to go. You could head down this sort of side corridor, but there's a wall behind you with some statues in it. And around a corner is more wall and more stairs. You haven't got a full look at this place because of the strangeness of the architecture and the raised part, but you certainly can't see any doors, openings, windows, anything. If you weren't specifically told that this was an underground temple you were looking for, you'd probably not know that. You wouldn't say, oh, we're underground.
Okay.
Strange, quiet place. I'm not sure how there's air in here, really. And the other thing that's interesting is that you cannot see a single light source, but you can see everything fairly well lit. This interior does not operate how it's supposed to. What are you looking for?
Oh, no, that's a... I was gonna say, can I do my premonition? Maybe?
I believe you roll to see if something comes to you.
Yes. Is it this? What did we say the roll would be? Or do I just use the built-in?
Resolve plus the discipline itself. It should be built in. If it's if someone takes a power that has a roll associated with it, then I probably would have built it in. If you find the power itself, yeah, you'll see resolve discipline next to premonition. You should be able to hit that button.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. Your eyes
Maybe that's decent enough.
roll into your head as your mind casts out over the top, and you are able to see with clarity without having to go up the steps beforehand what awaits you. Just as Crimson and Celia start slowly walking up, Crimson first, and then Celia sort of shakes her head a little and follows him. Without waiting for the others. Church growls a little at that. But what you're seeing in the center of this area with, again, sort of no railing, it's the top of stairs, it's a large enough space for a number of people to congregate. But you could easily be, like, tossed around and thrown off the side of this pyramid thing if you're not careful. Two objects of note. There is a sarcophagus.
Of course there is.
To the far edge from where you are. You have to walk past the other thing first to get to this closed sarcophagus with little ancient-looking artwork and patterns and drawings upon it. Nothing particularly clear, but you do see the letters LERTERIMAS inscribed fairly large along one side. The other thing you see, an altar, perhaps? This table, raised table, with cloth pouring over it, like just a typical religious-looking altar. There is something placed on that altar. It is Juliet. Lying there, no recognition on her face, like neutral pose, lying on her back, staring into the faraway ceiling, looking, well, if she was human, dead, but this isn't as worrying as it would be for a human. It is instead just as worrying as you'd like to feel.
I mean, I'm mildly concerned. To say the least.
Query? Did my dog come through with us?
Pasha is in your hands. It did not require an extra position.
I was going to ask him whether he smells Juliet, but that's a bit moot. If Joanne shares her vision with us.
Out of character, if everybody's wondering, the rationale for that was She should be able to bring the dog, but if I give them 2 extra spaces, they'll bring 2 people. I don't want them to bring 2 people. The dog is an extra.
Smart.
It's like how in Fallout where you can bring dog meat and a real companion.
Right.
At least
Are you implying dog meat isn't the true companion of the game?
Well, the Lone Wanderer perk works even if you... Shut up. Although I'm pretty sure in Fallout 4 you have to mod it. They actually cut that, so you can, if you have dog meat, not take anyone else, but you're supposed to be able to. You have to mod it in. Anyway, why am I talking about this? We have a temple.
I would grab. I seeing obviously Celia and them going like forward. I would grab Celia, and just like by her hand, just like stop her and go. This is what awaits us up there, and obviously everyone around us should be able to hear as well. Like, what I describe, what I see.
Yeah. Crimson stops, looking a little irritated. We need to be quick. It is entirely possible it's just waiting for us to get up the top of the steps.
Well then, at least we know what it looks like when we get there, don't we?
Crimson throws his hands up. I'm all for being careful, but the protections have held this long. Perhaps it is as simple as that.
Very confident.
Your prince is
Let's
right
go.
up there. Why don't you go save her?
See, now
This
that sounds
creature
a bit
likes
devil's
drama.
advocate-y of you.
It won't be quite that simple.
Definitely won't be that simple.
Well, I don't mind taking the lead up the steps. I'm armed. If anything's going to come at us, I'm generally the right person for it to come at first.
Church stands next to you, and he's still in human form at this point. He's unarmed, but that doesn't matter. And he's like, well, we will take the van. Crimson shrugs. Fine, whatever. Just begin the movement if you could.
Somebody's in a hurry. I have a suggestion. Why don't we collectively toss Crimson up once we get there? You know, just to check for any booby traps along the way. Well, unless you voluntarily offer to run through them for us, since, you know, you really, really want to get there.
He holds his hand up, takes a simple step back, and withdraws a little. He seems to not want to
I didn't
continue
think
this
so.
conversation.
I didn't think so. Let's go.
Onward and upward.
Flynn doesn't say anything, but she'll move forwards.
Church and Katia arrive at the top of the steps first, and nothing happens on your way up the steps. Flynn, Joanne, Crimson, Celia, Nulai all manage to get up there, and you can see Sarcophagus a little ways away, and Juliet closer, lying on the table. There is no great alarming response, but you can see now more clearly. From the top you can see all sides. They are sort of identical 4 sides to this room is not nearly grand enough a term. Doesn't seem to be any exits, doesn't seem to be any openings. It's just this enclosed space that should not operate the way it does, be lit the way it is. Probably shouldn't even have air, but Celia does not seem bothered.
Huh.
Perhaps she is compensating, or perhaps there is air in here just fine. You're talking, which does require the pushing of oxygen, is certainly not being affected, so... Seems like this room doesn't do rules very well. You can still see a number of these statues sort of... They're like in the little carved out spaces in the wall. Like it's not solid walls, it's like little holes for statues to be in, and Two of them are very big. And they are sort of halfway up the wall, kind of where you can see them from where you are standing. These Roman soldiers with a shield and a spear going. One on the left, one on the right. You wouldn't be able to
They're not gonna come to life, are they?
really reach them from where you are.
May I ask, can we see, without advancing closer, are Juliet's eyes open or closed?
Juliet's eyes are open, unfocused, staring in the sky. You can begin to approach Juliet, or rather, see a fairly good glimpse of her. She's still wearing what she was wearing the night of the Elysium when she was abducted. It is tarnished and wrecked. It's been through a lot, but she herself does not look particularly battered.
Can I do like an occult investigation? See if I can sense anything untowards, like maybe a magical spell.
It's
or
less of a
something, just,
magical
like, keeping-
sense ability to detect magic so much as it is drawing on your knowledge, seeing if you know why she might be acting this way.
Yeah, that would be the idea.
Okay. Occult and intelligence. Whatever's happening to her, it isn't torpor in the sense that Mikhail was in torpor. He was injured to the point of having to achieve a supernatural healing sleep until such time as he was ready to reactivate. She hasn't been brought into that. The way she is, the way she looks does not seem correct for that. Her eyes are open, they shouldn't be. She seems to be in some kind of suspended trance-like state. You don't notice anything based on all of the effects that you've seen put on you and other people. You don't notice anything that would tell you exactly what's happening with her. You'd have to
Can Nula
get closer
stare
to her.
into the eyes? Her eyes?
Of course. But you'd have to get pretty close to, like, properly, so that she would catch your eyes back. You would have to lean over her. So you'd have to walk all the way up to the altar and lean over.
Right. Well, what do we do then? Do we approach or?
How far away are the statues? What am I-
Give her a good shake, see if it wakes her up. Essentially there is a long dip as a staircase leads down into another, like, I guess bottom floor hall. It's like the whole building is the whole room is basically just a pyramid, and then there's like a walking track at the bottom of each side of it with very little to be done or see. So there is basically, it's as good as saying that there is a pit between you and where this statue sits, because this statue, all of the statues, but the big ones specifically, are in these little nooks. So for someone to reach where that statue is perched, they would have to head all the way down and start climbing up the wall, or take a really, really good jump, probably a better one than you could do with Potence 1.
Okay, that's a no then. And that when Crimson says that, then Flynn will move forward and reach out to touch Juliet to give her a shake.
You touch Juliet's dress or skin?
Skin.
Okay. As you do so, a jolt, not of pain, more of just a generalized nervous system, if you had one, shock, rushes through you, and you hear very clearly a thought in, to the best of your knowledge, Juliet's voice that says, "Not you." No one else hears that.
I will repeat what I heard though to everybody else. Maybe Juliet should try and wake her.
Yeah, Juliet will wake herself.
I mean, sorry,
Joanne?
Joanne. Yeah.
I'm concerned. We don't really know what the current dynamics are. So, let's say I do. I mean, she was clearly like compass mentis enough to communicate. What if it's a trap? And not. Yeah,
Of course it's a trap.
mm.
Of course it's a
I'm
trap.
not-
We're in an
I'm-
underground lair. It's a trap.
Okay.
We've survived traps before.
Celia is looking at her very closely.
Hear me out.
Looks to
What
me
if
she's
somebody
engaged
carried,
in
What if somebody carried Juliet away? And the rest of us just kind of figured out what's going on here. I don't know, just a thought. Like if she's not here close by on this particular altar, that could be cool, right? Just a thought.
I have a question real quick. Could I ask my dog to just check scent? Like, does Pasha think that's the familiar Juliet we knew, or something different? Just by
Oh.
smell?
It is her. It is definitely her. She is not comfortable. But not afraid. Very focused.
Yeah, see, nope.
I'll share that with the group for what it's worth.
I'm definitely not touching her. And Nulai shouldn't either. Just FYI. So whoever carries her away, it cannot be either of us. But she needs to not be on the altar anymore, I think.
Well, I've already touched it, so I can pick her up and move her.
Okay. Sounds like a solid plan.
As you touch her with the intent of picking her up, roll your just willpower. Not a reroll, just willpower.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
The jolt comes through again, and it stills your arms. As you hear a forceful again in the voice of... certainly sounds like Juliet. No! You'll doom us all!
What?
Flynn hears
Can-
that. No one else.
Can I don't really do this, but can I think back really hard? Like, just think real hard. What can we do to help them?
This would be composure resolve to continue whatever connection is happening there and not be forced away by the power of it. But I will give you that chance. Making the roll?
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
The will in this seems to want you to stay away from Juliet, and you feel as though further attempts to do anything here are going to get harder and harder and start to hurt.
Fuck.
Shall we risk opening the sarcophagus before we attempt to move her, if she doesn't wish to be moved?
Roll willpower, Katya. Straight willpower right now. You're not currently aware that there's a sarcophagus in the room. There is one, you just don't want to say that. There's an
Okay.
altar, and Juliet is on the altar. Look at the woman on the altar. She's your prince. Help.
Very interesting.
Can I open the sarcophagus?
Make the same willpower
would-
roll.
I would make the suggestion that I am going to try to open the sarcophagus, and Celia needs to be ready with her fireball, like, snappy.
By all means.
Okay. So it's just a normal willpower roll, nothing else.
It's just your willpower against whatever the hell it is that is in this room.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. The sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is the thing that you need to be looking at. You have absolutely. Well, say because you critted. As you go to think these things and say these things, you are cognizant and aware of the active force in this place that is trying to very subtly and very casually make you not do that or think it or even have it enter into your mind without alerting you. They have alerted you, and it isn't working.
Huh. Okay. So I can just open it, see what happens.
You can approach it. It's a few steps further.
Right.
Crimson is
Let's,
following Celia as well.
let's go.
Just roll something.
Yep.
You take a few steps toward it, and that feeling that you're pushing against. It's like you're just walking through like just an imaginary length of thick, sort of viscous fluid. Mentally.
Yeah.
And the closer you get, the more it fights you. And you can see that Celia and Crimson, their heads sort of turn a little. But much like you, they seem to be doing alright.
Okay.
And when you get
This is good.
about halfway to it, so it's still a few more steps, that's when the rumbling starts.
Of course it does.
You have to catch yourself as the pyramid itself begins to shake and dust falls from the ceiling. And you start to hear a very loud scraping from the sides of the wall. Church growls, and you can see him start to begin transforming as every single one of you feels a little sphere of protection in your brain start to stretch and pull and quiver as Celia brings her hands to her head. And she does not fall over, but she kind of hunches, one hand on her head, another hand sort of stables her as she, like, moves in sort of like a half crouch, half kneel, just closer to ground so don't fall over. As, the statue-y fellas, just the two big ones, shields start to move, and a leg lifts up and takes a long step from the nook that they're standing in onto like halfway up the pyramid, and you can see these two spear and shield centurions looking down at all of you gathered. Like, it's concerning. It's concerning.
I knew it.
Yeah. Crimson sort of hisses. Church is concentrating and morphing. Celia seems to be having trouble. And, let's get... Let's put it the same as a Sense the Unseen roll, maybe? Do you both have that? You don't, but, both Nulai and Joanne have roles in your power list for Resolve and Discipline. I want those. I don't care which power you use. It doesn't matter. This isn't... I just want the dice. Two successes on both. You hear the faintest call in your minds from Juliet to the tune of "Help!" Meanwhile, the place is rumbling. You have to move carefully to keep your footing. Celia has crouched. You can feel the bonds of protection that she is maintaining seem to be holding, but just not super stable. What do you do? Joanne and Nulai have a second of hearing this Juliet voice, but Katia and Flynn aren't being affected in any way yet. So
I'm going to
what do they do?
ask Church
Okay.
to... He's in his lion form now, right?
He's getting there. It'll take him a second.
Okay, well, I want him to just, like, I don't know, like, pull Juliet off the altar once he's in that form.
Okay. He doesn't acknowledge because he's transforming, but you can assume he listens.
Okay, cool. That would be my suggestion. And, like, honestly, at this point, you know what? If she takes a little bit of damage, so be it. Like, he doesn't have to be careful. Just get her off the altar. And then, you know, we can kind of play it from there, I guess.
Okay. The sarcophagus...
Sheila needs any help standing up or whatever. I can prop her up, keep her upright and functioning, and...
The few syllables that she would get out at this point as you go to help her is just keep whatever it is off of me.
I can do that too.
She seems to be doing everything she can to keep everybody's little mind palaces safe.
Flynn's gonna look at Crimson and see what he's done.
Okay.
Or if he's like...
Roll wits and awareness.
I can never find the second roll.
Third column, second from the top.
Yeah.
They're not listed right to my mind. I feel like alphabetical order should be column then row, not row then column.
Yeah.
It's hard to see.
Actually.
I mean, it's because they've separated them into physical, mental, social, so...
Two successes. Yeah. Yeah, it's not actually alphabetically right, because etiquette comes before craft, but it's still... I don't like it. Roll for him. Okay, you catch him, and like for a split second as your eyes hit him, he sort of vanishes and reappears. You get the sense, knowing vampires who do this, he was performing a very simple stealth vanish that only works if people aren't looking at him, and you looked at him right as he was about to do it. So that you can see that his eyes are on the sarcophagus. He seems to be ignoring all else, and he looks like he's heading there.
I'll go with him if I can.
Okay.
I'm still pushing towards the sarcophagus as well, aren't I?
Well, you tell me what you're doing. You've just heard the voice of Juliet saying help, as has Nulai. You've just told Church to go grab her off of the altar. So you... we'll say I'd like to see what Nulai's doing before you do anything else, because you've already spoken to Church.
I feel
Nulai's
like I've been
rushing
very
towards Juliet.
clear.
Nulai?
No. Oh my god. Don't touch her.
What does Nulai do?
Rushes to Juliet.
Okay. You probably
And I'm shouting at him, no! What part did you not understand?
Okay, what happens, Nulai?
I mean, Nulai's not gonna touch her yet.
Okay. What does Nulai do?
Nulai wants to look her in the eyes, see if she can communicate through telepathy or something.
You're trying to just open up, see if Okay. Roll. We'll go with the resolve and the auspex, except this time you're just sort of trying to... You're not using a power that you have so much as trying to encourage her to use hers if she can. Just using the auspex sensitivity in general. So just use the Sense the Unseen roll. Holy shit. You open up your mind and you feel the sense of Juliet pouring into you, and it doesn't even come in words. You gain an awareness instantly of what is happening. Juliet has, since she was brought here, been engaged in the best she can a battle of wills against this creature, because this creature would like to walk away in someone else's body. And if this creature manages to beat her, that is what it will do. However, they are connected while she is on this altar. If she is taken off of this altar, that connection ends. She will no longer be in any danger, but the creature will no longer be spending its energy on this battle. If you touch her skin, if you or a Malkavian touch her skin, you will lose consciousness and you will join her in the mindscape to fight alongside her. I remind you, this critical is messy.
Can I ask her if she needs my help? Can I think that?
I would say that if you are, based on the knowledge you received, if you are thinking you want to help her, then the more negative side of this critical would probably result in you just grabbing her wrist instead of remaining reasonable and asking.
Well, I mean, the truth is...
You're acting on instinct because it's a messy critical, so you're either going to grab her wrist or you're going to pull away.
I'm grabbing.
Okay. Nulai reaches Juliet's wrist, and as that physical contact is made, the light effectively just from Nulai's eyes, and he just slumps onto the altar. Same basic situation as Juliet, except he's slumped, and you're just sort of like, it's like pile of bodies sort of thing. You're slumped over the top of her, with your head just sort of your legs are on one side of the altar and your head is on the other, and so your middle is just kind of, there, and your hand is on her wrist, and that all happens very quickly, and no one can really stop it. Church, now in full lion form, sort of looks to you and looks to the altar as a very big stone spear flies out and is to slam into this area. Church and Joanne, you're not going to be impaled and destroyed by this thing, but you are going to take a mighty whacking, both of you, if you don't duck out of the way. You have enough time in hearing it, and it's so bloody big that you can make an athletics dodge roll, but neither of you will be doing much else until we figure out how that goes.
Fuck. Literally my worst skills. Athletics? And dex.
Yeah, it's a dodge check, so athletics and dex. Oh, I'm looking at Flynn. I was like, why don't you have like 5 dice? No, you don't. You have 1. You did
So given the odds?
You did succeed at this. Yeah, it's basically it's like a big stone column. It's not a sharp spear because it's so big, but this giant hunkin' piece of stone slams into the ground right next to you, catches your shoulder and displaces you. You very definitely take 2 superficial bludgeoning, crushing damage as you are just sent.
Ways.
You maybe drop down like the first couple steps, but they're not terribly steep. So you're still, you're down and you're fine. Roll.
Alright.
Church, meanwhile, leaps, dodges the spear, roars, and then leaps onto the spear and charges at the face of the statue.
That's one way to do it.
And literally just like Mufasa tackle with claws and face and whatever you'd imagine into the head of this giant object made of stone. We'll see how good an idea that was, but you can assume he's stronger than the average lion. I'm gonna do a roll here.
Indeed.
Fuck. The giant face of this Roman centurion is just caved in, and chunks fly off as this, like, giant furry bullet just utterly and yes, I am aware that a real lion would not have this, but again, vampire power is accelerating, like, raw power. He essentially just crumbles this thing's head as he curls into a ball, not really using his claws so much as pure force given the entity. And it's gonna take a little for you to figure out whether that's gonna stop the statue or not. But Church sort of in a ball just sort of like rolls and is gonna be catching himself in the little nook where that statue is. The other statue is also doing the spear thing. This is going to be going for Katia and Celia. Now, Katia, you can just dodge for yourself, but Celia is crouched, and you know that if you don't do anything here, she's in trouble.
I would attempt to deflect the impact away from her to whatever extent that I can.
Just sort of shove yourself against this oncoming pile of stone, or...
If it's that or she stands there and gets smashed, then yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing.
Okay, this is raw power, so this is like a brawl strength, essentially just trying to like... I kind of like it. Maybe better if you had points in potence, but I kind of like it.
We're gonna blood surge.
Of course you
on
are.
Strength. Of course we are.
Good. successes. Okay. It is as you place yourself between this impact and you feel it sink in that you know without a shadow of a doubt that it is stronger than you. And this is not going to be fun. But Celia is able to just a little bit move, some awareness of what's going on. And while you cannot stop this from coming down and hitting the ground, you are able to direct it a little bit with your raw bulk. While you will take 3 superficial damage, you were able to spare Celia from being taken out by this thing. And let me tell you that that is probably a really good thing. Should I mark the damage, or will you mark the damage?
Go right ahead.
Alright. Doop, doop, doop. You still have a lot of health. This is your job. At this point, Joanne has kind of been knocked away. No lie. You're not in the same room as everybody else, kind of. It's not to your knowledge. Let's just...
Yes, I get different music episode.
The world that you were in... Well, let's ask you. Juliet is there. And there is a creature there that is shadow and mist, vaguely in the form of a person. But the scenery depends on Nulai. If you were to engage in a battle for your mind, your soul, your everything, what ground would you fight it on?
Probably a sort of a kind of like the stereotypical heavenish thing, you know, clouds, white mist, like there's not much there. just your
Okay.
kind of the empty white room of, you know, whenever you meet God, whether he's Morgan Freeman or a big bearded man with 5 fingers.
God in this case is darkness and misery. And as you look into this humanoid, it starts to take shape. It starts to take the shape of fear. What is fear to Nulai? What person form would it be?
Mother.
There she is. And you look to Juliet, who stands there sweating, which is not something vampires can do, but you're aware enough to know that this isn't the real world, and perhaps it's symbolic of what she's going through. Nobody's fighting physically per se, they just seem to be staring each other down. And this mother creature looks at you. Nulai. Would you like to save this one?
anything.
Juliet is finding it hard to speak. Don't listen. As this creature continues and takes a step towards you. It's very simple. Make a sacrifice for her. For everyone. Fulfill your purpose. And know that you have made a difference. Wouldn't you like to make a difference?
I've never been able to make one. Not until recently. No matter what I tried, I just never could escape. I could never change things.
She takes another step forward, and the lighting of the landscape kind of changes. This being is a bit brighter. Juliet is a little darker. But she forces more words through. She says, "It'll kill you. It's all it wants is to kill you." "And has life," the creature says, "been so wonderful a thing that you would cling to it so desperately?"
A life without you is well worth living.
And yet I am here. It can all go away. And your prince, she will be fine. She will have her kingdom. And you to thank for it. For you stepped in to do what she could not. Creature holds out a hand, and you feel as if you could take that hand, but it would not necessarily be good for you. You're not sure how it would be for the others. Juliet shakes her head, tells you, "Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't give the creature what it wants." And it says, "But if I can have him, then you would be free. I would have no need for you."
Moonlight raises his hand. Balls it up into a fist and punches his own mother right in the face.
Okay. I would like you to roll strength and brawl. And when it asks you for a modifier, I would like you to add 15 dice to it.
It's above average.
Nulai's fist shakes in the air. It trembles. And it begins to glow. And it begins to grow. And it turns into this giant, almighty, squashing, punching fish. Fist. Does not turn into a salmon. And as he lets loose with this almighty Nulai punch, the creature bursts into the shadows and mist, is knocked backwards to where Juliet stands, reforms.
I'm done running away from you.
And as it starts
I'm
to
done.
try
Taking the hits.
and coalesce, Juliet rises up, and the blood coming from her nose vanishes, and the dirt and the marks and the signs of wear and tear leave. As you see the strength of the woman who took you into this city and was patient and was caring and who was taken from you, stares down, taller now than this creature, and simply states, declares, "Get the fuck out of our city." And the words vibrate out from Juliet's voice as this shadowed, misted, barely together thing just dissipates from the mind space that you are in. And we will leave that situation there for now, as it takes a bit of time. And outside of the conflict, a few more things are done during that time. So, back to... God, what was it? That wonderful moment of... I should have noted down the music that I was just playing. We're on this one. I think we were doing... Theirs? If not, it is now. It might have been this one. We'll go with this one. I think this is the one I had with Gwendolyn, but this is a similar moment. Alright, so the spears have made their thuds and are beginning to retract. Joanne, you're not in a great spot right now, but you can see, as you collect yourself, you can see what Nulai has done. Flynn, you are approaching the sarcophagus with Crimson. He takes one side of it and you take the other. Joanne, you can join them, but it will take you a bit. Or you can react to what's happened with Nulai. Church is busying himself demolishing one of these statues, and as the dust clears, you can see that this shot to the head seems to have rendered it inactive, meaning that there is still one that is threatening. You can see the spear that is threatening Katia and Celia start to move again. So those are the things that you have to deal with right now. Joanne, immediately, which direction would you go to? Would you go to Nulai and Juliet, or would you go to the sarcophagus?
I would probably go by Juliet.
Okay. We'll let that hold for a second then, as Crimson and Flynn approach the sarcophagus. Crimson looks up at Flynn and smiles. Do you look back?
Yes.
Okay.
Big grin.
You look him in the eye and he immediately says, "Help me open this thing and do not interfere with what I do." Now, what's that roll for you again?
That's assuming I'm resisting though, right?
Yes, are you not?
No.
Oh, okay. Cool. You can start opening it. You feel a command enter, and as it does, you think, I see no issue with this. And in a weird way, you sort of like self-rationalize in a way that it is there, it has happened to you, but you kind of feel like he just asked you to do that, because if he had have without anything else, yeah, it's just sort of it washes weirdly in his. He looks curious as it comes down, and yeah. So you guys work to slide this thing off, and it's a which Katia would hear. Joanne might. You're a little further away there if you're approaching the altar and looking at the two unconscious Malkavian family. What do you do?
I would be torn at this point, but I think given that they are still chilling there and the one sentry is down, I would return to the sarcophagus.
Okay.
So I change direction.
The lid has come off. And you are looking at something very strange, Flynn. You were looking at a vampire's body, but it is... You're under the impression that age does not come to such creatures. Certainly hasn't to anyone you've met, no matter how old they are. But this... And you see the word written on the side of the sarcophagus. It's a Latin word. You don't recognize it beyond what it is. You can read it. It's, the text is Lerterimus. It is withered. Not a desiccated corpse, just the skin is withered and it's like parchment, sort of almost sandpaper. It's just the weight of eternity. And Crimson reaches down and bites into its neck.
Dusty. It's like vampire jerky.
No lie. Juliet, your eyes are still open as they were, but they sort of return to an awareness. And you're not entirely sure what has happened, but you kind of feel like you just killed it. As you are able to lift yourself off of Juliet, and you can see her. You did it. We need to burn it before it recovers. Juliet is sort of very awkwardly trying to get up. Meanwhile,
How do we do it?
Nulai?
How do we do it?
She's just, typical way, burn it. She doesn't seem to. She's just sort of gathering herself, and you're a little dazed as well. I'll say at this point another spirit hit is coming, again in the direction of Celia specifically.
I was going to say, as the spear is being lifted away,
Yes.
could I grab on and come with it?
Yeah, we could, like,
Do-
I'll
Do some
say that
Shadow of the Colossus stuff.
you could, we'll say that you spent, while all of this stuff was happening, you could, yeah, because I sort of skipped over you a little unintentionally. So yeah, well, we could say that you could basically do similar to what Church did with his lionness and try and, face this
I have
statue.
no expectation that I can punch its head off like he did, but at the very least, hopefully it's focusing on me instead of blattering people on the ground.
Alright, let's just Dex Athletics of walking along this spear / arm of the statue. It's not a difficult check, I just need to make sure you don't fail entirely.
Blood surge, blood surge.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Athletics Dex?
Yep. We're looking for not a 0. That's not a 0. Alright, that's very good. You almost like fucking tightrope walk up the thing, just facing down its head, its animated head, which is kind of turns and looks at you and rears a little, and you get the impression that you've got its attention. Do you attack it with anything at hand, or are you just trying to distract the stone?
I think I'm just trying to distract it. I don't really have a lot of confidence that I can punch solid stone.
We will say that your efforts and energies are going into defending yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what you need. It is going to attempt to sort of, instead of going for Celia, then it's going to attempt to sort of bat. No, I won't use the spear. It's going to sort of come with the shield arm and just kind of, like, smack you. So an athletics dex to dodge out of the impactful part while just sort of clambering around and, like, getting a spot on its shoulder where it's not coming after you and basically just being a monkey climbing over the fucking thing.
Mm-hmm. So,
Dex
what?
Dex athletics.
Okay.
Same check as before, pretty much. If you're not attacking, it's going to be what it'll be.
Just assume I'm blood surging everything.
Yeah. Just so
Oh,
long as you
we
do the
got
rouse
hungry.
checks, because they're not free.
Hunger 2.
Blood surges ain't cheap. Okay. You are fine. You are skating about on top of this statue with no worries. Alright. Joanne, you haven't done anything in a while?
I want to smack Crimson on the back of the head, honestly.
Okay.
With, I don't know, if there's a piece of stone lying nearby, just, to add a little extra force, because I know I'm not very strong. But really, the idea is, what in God's name are you doing, you fucking idiot?
You're gonna roll that legendary willpower first. You'll be fine.
I'm sure I
You got
will.
7 of these
With
things,
that
you'll be
at
fine.
least. Don't jinx it now, though. Did it roll? I did. Okay, there we go.
Did. Okay. You push through a similar urge that says, no, let the man do what he wants. Which is it's concerning in and of itself.
Yeah.
And you pick up, what'd you say, like a rock or something?
Yeah, just like maybe some leftover from the
Okay.
giant
Just,
thing or something like
it's just sort of an improvised... We'll say brawl then, because brawl and melee are the same result for you, but it's strength and smacking.
which is nothing.
Yeah.
So
It's just this sort of pathetic little tap of... It does crack, like you hear a cracking sound because it's a heavy object that you're using and Crimson's not trying to get out of the way, but he doesn't seem to
I
stop
am
him.
yelling at him. Does Flint hear anything? Like,
Flynn
Yeah.
is
What do you want
making
Flynn to do?
no attempt to stop.
I'm yelling that, like, this is what it wants. Stop. What are you doing? What is wrong with you? Why would you, like... And just, like, smacking him uselessly.
I'm just imagining like a super anime Joanne. Just and yeah, whether regardless of whether Flynn wants to help or not, I mean, she still has that blood bond, and she got told to do what she got told to do.
Fuck me.
Celia stops holding her head. She stands up.
Nice suggestion.
She looks at what's going on. She sees Nulai and Juliet collecting themselves, and Juliet shouts, "Are we going to burn it?" Celia looks over. "We will see."
You've got to be kidding me, right? We got this far and y'all are just gonna let him do this?
He is her employer, after all.
Kati is busy.
Mm-hmm. If there wasn't a giant statue, I would have loved to take a flying tackle. But I think there were more pressing things for me to take care of, unfortunately.
Juliet
I'm
is,
great.
at this point, staring Celia directly in the eye. Well, not Celia necessarily. Yeah, she wouldn't really know the woman. Juliet simply walks forward at this point towards Crimson and the sarcophagus. And she doesn't appear to be trying to catch his eye. She just looks down at him and with that commanding voice just shouts, "Remove yourself!"
I'm going to take out my gun and reload it now.
And she
'cause
sighs as it does not seem to have an effect, and then Juliet starts trying to pull him away.
What is Flynn doing right now?
That's a great question.
Flynn is not actively helping either side,
Yeah.
because Flynn can't.
Okay. I'm going to shoot Crimson.
Okay. Compose your firearms straight into his head. See if it works.
Yep. Maybe not not like to the brain, but like maybe through the spine. Like just right here, you know? I don't want to necessarily kill him. I just need
Yeah.
him to stop.
Okay.
And he can heal his shit afterwards if he needs to. Hello, my kitten.
That's a strange thing to say to a man when you shoot at him, but alright. Okay. Crimson is making no attempt. He has no idea that this is even happening. So the counter roll would be...
I mean, if the angle can like be such that I get a bullet into the mummified zombie vampire thing as well, then that would be great.
The bullet flies. Time seems to slow. It doesn't, but for the sake of dramatic tension, you know it's going where it's supposed to. Then the old lady does this, and it just goes... and clatters. I did roll. Got 2 successes, it's not that many.
I'm gonna do it again.
As you go to... Crimson, there is almost a little concussive pulse of energy in the sarcophagus as the creature's withered body just completely dusts. Crimson lifts back up. You see the blood running down his face. And he's shivering, shaking. He looks around. And the most significant role of the campaign shall be made. I kind of want to do this on screen, but I don't have like a character sheet or setup. Let's make sure I get it exactly right. Okay. He would have this many. Ignore the numbers. Sweet jumping Jesus, he only succeeded once. Yeah, not against this guy. He looks... His head shakes, turns, eyes suddenly turn a deep red. And he grins. And it's a different grin to Crimson's grin. And he straightens up and he simply says, "Kneel." And every single one of you kneel, there is no roll. Juliet kneels, Nulai kneels, Kadia kneels, Joanne kneels. Kadia kneels from her perch up on the fucking statue. Church does a little lion sit.
Idiots.
Flynn
Does my
kneels.
dog sit?
That's a good question.
Is the dog gonna save the day?
I'm gonna roll. Say a d10. If the roll is between 1 and 5, then the ancient monster forgot about the dog. Ooh, you remembered the dog. That could have been amazing. Pasha 2 shall sit. No, this is kind of beyond the point of your abilities, I'm afraid. The creature grins. Well, that was fun. Oh, I knew he'd do it. I must say, I really did think one of you would do a little better at stopping him, but well, it was a close one. You might have gotten me. I admit, I took a few more chances than I normally would. It's been so long, after all. I wanted it to be a show. But it's all right. You entertained me. I've been in Shadeport for, well, longer than there's been a Shadeport. As far as I'm concerned, you can have this city. Let that be your reward for a show well put. Oh, but I really don't like this form. Hang on. And he shimmers. And he changes. And do you guys remember, a long time ago, when you went to a particularly expensive party hosted by a globe-trotting billionaire that showed up in town and then flew out as soon as he'd come along.
Mm-hmm.
As his form shifts into that of that man, you all collectively realize that that man didn't exist. At no point before or after that event did you cost him a single thought. But while that was happening, everything was sensible and as it should be. He looks to Celia. And in that moment, those little bubbles inside your brains just... they don't shatter. They just wisp out. He smiles. Thank you for bringing him here, my dear. Celia does not react in any way. She looks frozen. He waves his hand, and Celia vanishes. Just stops being there. She's gone. Looks to Katia. It was 3 weeks after you and Arcady killed her parents, and the girl ran away, and you argued so valiantly in her defense that he tracked her down. He finished the job you couldn't do and didn't tell you so that you could be spared it. He told me all about it. Didn't realize he was talking to me, of course. But he did. I thought a visitor from the past might be fun. And I did need a plan for our Walter. Looks to Nula and to Juliet. You did well. Very well. I'm sincerely impressed. You knocked me out of your brains. It didn't matter who I took in the end. You. Probably not you, and he points to Joanne. No offense. A bit too willful. You didn't seem to take any of the bait. But in the end, it was old Walt. Ah, well. Too late to stop me now, I suppose. Thank you for my freedom. I will see you in your dreams. Bye-bye. And much like Celia did, he fades into nothing. You find yourself able to move again. Katia, you were quite a ways away from this confrontation, but you heard everything that thing said in perfect clarity. There is no further violence. There is no further danger. Juliet exhales, loses a lot of the strength that she built up, and simply says, "That was not good. That was very not good."
No fucking kidding.
Are we fucked now?
I think a better question is
I don't
how fucked
know.
are we now?
I mean, not at all if we decide to keep being music, I guess.
You don't hear any songs.
Whenever it gets bored again, maybe. That's when we're in real trouble.
If it's free to move where it wants now, If I were thousands of years old, trapped in a room for all of that time, I would go anywhere but here. It's entirely possible it will come back to play with us, but it's also possible it wants to see the world. Maybe we've freed ourselves at the cost of everyone else. Damn it. Oh. Thank you, I suppose, for coming to my aid. I am sincerely sorry that I thought this thing was a force of good. I should not have gone poking into it. Church is sort of lion walking up at this point, and he morphs back into human form. He says, I do understand that I am finally meeting the real Prince of Shadeport. You came to my assistance as well. Consider it a diplomatic act of goodwill. Puts his hand out. She, dazed and confused, sort of shakes it. I am feeling very mixed about what has just occurred. Yeah, she seems very confused, he seems very confused. This is not the outcome that anyone was necessarily envisioning, and there is just a general pull of, fuck, that's unsettling. But you look around, and you didn't really lose anybody. There's a lot of things to question. If Celia wasn't real, what did the head bubble thing do? How much control did you actually have? Was it even possible to burn this thing alive? Was there a win? Were you being played with? Those thoughts are gonna plague pretty much all of you for a while. But I would say that Nulai of any of them could at least feel something of a victory. With his mic unmuted.
No?
Oh.
I'm
Your mouth moved.
No.
Maybe you just, I don't know, were breathing air.
Does one still feel the bond with Brendan?
Oh
At
no.
all?
I was about to ask.
There is no connection at all, and you are your own person for the first time in a while.
So in the middle of all this like drama and sorrowful looks and confusion, Flynn just like punches the air and lets out this huge yell of triumph.
As Juliet admits to very mixed feelings, she sort of looks at Flynn. Well, I'm glad that somebody is pleased with the results of this.
He's fucking out of my head. I'm thrilled.
You realize it's still alive and wandering around, right?
Yeah, but that's a problem for tomorrow, Flynn.
Tell me about my core. Does everything crumble to ruins?
Your palace is a
Everything
mess.
About as good as we could hope for, given the circumstances. I hope I've kept things together enough for you to take it where it needs to go.
Mikhail? Jacob? Gwendolyn?
About Gwendolyn.
The former two are probably in excellent health. The latter, maybe not so much. But I'm also not sorry about that, so...
Maybe? Is she missing?
She's missing her head.
He's wasted.
I see. Well, I'm sure you will brief me in full. And she turns to lighter, things. She formally apologizes to Church for what happened, and he, Church's perspective is one of it sounded to him, he was far away, but he could still hear the thing talk. It sounded to him that while this is super not the outcome, like, the whims of the ancients are the whims of the ancients. They're playing with us at all times. It's unsettling to think about, but if by some untoward way we have freed this thing from the bonds that were keeping it here, Shadeport is quite possibly going to be empty of it now. It's not the bright and shining happy ending. It's a messy one, but in our life, perhaps that's the best we can get. And
It might not trouble us again for a very long time.
And it
but
did not take any of
we
you.
can live for a long time.
Yeah. There are...
Who knows? Maybe he'll just get burned by the Inquisitors one day, and we'll never find out. Stepped into the wrong alleyway.
So, I would say that we can bring things to somewhat of a close here. You guys puzzle out how to use the circle without Celia. Didn't really need her as a mage or anything. She sort of made it out as though it did, but similar to before, whoever stood in the center bleeds someone else onto a knife, and you guys are whisked away. You're able to reunite with your assembled allies who are happy / terrified / I knew he would fuck us / wow, that was really dumb of him. Why did he think that was going to work? Many emotions are shared. The Anarchs are happy with keeping up the makings of a working truce. The four of you...
A lot of effort.
The four of you are able to retain your positions, as it were. Flynn, your connection to Crimson and what all that was isn't necessarily questioned in the hustle and bustle of Juliet being away from a lot of the finer details, and presuming that none of your direct party members seek to, like, poke at your standing in the court in the future, you would probably be welcome to stick around. Or, if Flynn is very tired of this city, Flynn could move on. Everybody else, yeah, you've got your positions here. Working for Juliet, working for Mikhail. Fairly respected members of the court at this point. Jacob is certainly too scared to ever be rude to any of you again. You have forged decent relationships with a number of the Primogen, and you guys are in good standing for a healthy career as far as the immediate future is concerned. Just in a sort of like overview thing, does anybody have thoughts on what their character would be doing?
Flynn would leave.
Yeah. Vanish into the night.
Yeah, she'd take Agatha and go. Wouldn't say goodbye, she'd just leave.
Nulai would like to hug Juliet.
That will happen. She is responsive to it.
And he will say, "Thank you, and welcome back, sire."
As things go on, she, does not have any issue with that appellation. as things go on, the position of herald is called into question, being sort of a social representative of the court, the person who goes to people and does the meetings that Juliet can't, and also who makes announcements and schedules the parties. Kind of like Gwendolyn, as much as she was a Tremere, was she owned a club and did all of that stuff. If anyone in the coterie wanted to make a play for that position, they would probably get it. But if no one did, someone else would be found.
My character may very well do something like that, simply because
Might indeed.
I wouldn't trust anyone else, and I'd want to throw myself into studies as well. So, in between performing the minor duties in an official role rather than just like a Prince's Child unofficial thing, I would probably be spending a lot of time going through all the books and materials that we'd unearthed through this adventure.
Indeed. How does Katia deal with the strangeness of her last life?
I think she needs a vacation.
Yes.
She's probably gonna disappear into the woods for a while with her dog, and well, a lot of past just got dug up and then set on fire. So, she'll be back eventually, but there's some thinking to do.
Katia's mind always returns to those words of Selena, saying that one of them was a friend and one of them was a foe. She does
Still can't make sense of it.
not truly able to reconcile in the end. Perhaps Selena was wrong.
Or perhaps that was part of the stage play.
Indeed. Selena is certainly still around. She's, still representing the Tremere, and now that everything's settled, the other Tremere, the ones that were not particularly interested in really involving themselves in the Camarilla, partially because of Gwendolyn's close role, now that everything's settled and Gwendolyn is gone, the Tremere suddenly make themselves known, so that's good. So Nulai would still have the option of furthering that connection there as well. Possibly making new friends and, well, not getting adopted by another clan, but these particular Tremere are the more revisionist, I guess, ones who have, since the traditional Tremere structures collapsed and the clan fractured into houses, they are of the house that is more open to not being reclusive, secretive bastards. So, it could work. Anyhow, we'll close perhaps a few months later in another city, somewhere in the world. As Flynn arrives home after a night of whatever she was doing. Closes the door, sets her coat. And then she stops. Something is wrong. Takes a few careful steps into the living room and sees, sitting on a couch, what she would describe as Walter Crimson, or Nathaniel. And when he speaks, it is with Walter Crimson or Nathaniel's voice, as he says, "You should have stayed in Shadeport, my dear."
Why didn't you stay in Shadeport?
Voice morphs, as he says, "When you spend millennia in one location, and you are finally given the chance to go on a trip, you take it. You know some things about me, and you are the only person outside of that city to do so. I could destroy you. Wouldn't be difficult. Or perhaps we could have a talk.
What am I to call you then, if we're talking?
I do quite like the name I took for him. It had a biblical sense without being so old as my birth name. Besides, my birth name is still mentioned in some of those old texts, so let's just say I'm Nathaniel. And it's true. It's true. As Joanne gets back into reading, studies a bit of Malkavian history, there is a Malkavian named Lerterimus, that which was inscribed upon the sarcophagus. One of the direct children of Malkav himself, the founder of the Malkavian clan. Little is known about him, but he was present in the earliest days of Rome, and then he disappeared. You don't know what to do with that information, Joanne, but you have it. And that, I think, is where this story, where Shadeport for now, where Flynn, and all the rest, will draw to an end. In a way that is not entirely a triumph, but there were moments of success. There were some goals met, and everybody came out on the other end.
And as every good story does, there's always a little bit that leaves you wondering, what if?
Yes. Thank you, friends. Thank you, Snip, for playing Nulai and punching your mother in the head. Thank you, Raptor,
Most epic character arc.
for playing Flynn and always doing the unexpected. Thank you, Blue Moon, for playing Katya and bringing Pasha along as well. And giving me someone who was, you know, able to carry the combat.
Yes, thank you for that.
And thank you, Ruthie, for playing Joanne, giving us a reluctant, if very capable, leadership figure within the group, and for always telling Crimson to shove it, like, all the time.
Somebody had to do it.
I will say, there was every possibility that Crimson would have been able to consume this creature's life force, and the ending of that would have gone very differently. There was every possibility that you could have burned it. Celia wasn't going to do it, but any of you could if you found a way.
I was going to, didn't have the time.
There
Thanks
wasn't
for
a
a
lot to
fantastic
drink out of the withered old bastard, so after a certain point of a lot of talking, I thought, look, y'all ain't stopping him. He made it.
Would have if I could have.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was asking about like what Flynn was doing because I was planning to throw my cigarette lighter to her.
That's the big what if for me.
Could have.
What if there wasn't a blood bond there?
Yeah. Steps could have been taken to break that, but in the end they
Yeah.
weren't. Crimson entered an uneasy sort of peace with everybody, and
You could say that, but it wasn't really in her personality to seek out our assistance in those sort of matters.
yeah.
In the end, you know, we were all just playing characters. We weren't maybe making the right choices, but that's just because they were the choices our characters were making.
Yeah.
And it was an excellently constructed story. Thank you very much for including us in this.
There's a good amount of winging it, but yeah, all right.
Every session.
Yeah, it's pretty much a year. I started planning it like at the end of December, and I think we started in January or February. It might have been February, but like it was a year's worth of working on it. So I'm happy to take a break. I am definitely looking forward to doing more tabletop stuff on this stream in the future. But possibly another game, possibly more vampire at some point. These characters are probably done because there's not much conflict to be had in Shadeport. But if I get an idea, maybe. But yes, thank you all for turning up again and again on your Sundays. That's a lot of valuable time you spent on me, and I didn't pay you, so I appreciate that.
They got paid in exposure, right?
Yeah. We'll wrap it up here. Any questions about things that occurred that could not have been asked or answered before, but can now while the cameras are still running, before I stop things? If not, you can always ask me in text later, and if any viewers have questions, they can always ask me however they wish, as whenever they see this. Unless they see this in 5 years, in which case I probably forgot.
What would have happened if we didn't accept the mind shields?
Well, the mind shields didn't exist.
Right.
Celia was a goddamn ghost, and everything that she did was the ancient creature under the city basically just deciding what happened, which he could do whenever he wanted, at any time. But he didn't. The only thing that prevented him from like breaking the story with that was because he wanted a show, and he wanted there to be stakes. He left the option open for him to lose this conflict because it wouldn't have been interesting otherwise.
That's insane. There's no way you could see that coming.
Perhaps you weren't supposed to. So if you hadn't have accepted the mind shields, there probably would have been more voices in your head and more obvious signs of something trying to fuck with your head. Like, that's why there was no fight against this thing once it was free, no matter who it took. If it happened to take Nulai, which certainly could have happened, probably very unlikely to take Juliet unless someone literally interfered with her ability to fight it. But it was definitely interested in taking a Malkavian or Crimson, who wasn't Malkavian, but he liked Crimson. He had so much fun with him in the past. Like, if he had have convinced a Malkavian to, like, allow or to lose the Battle of Wills, then it would have been different from the whole Diablerie thing. It would have just been a straight, well, you're gone. Nulai? That crystal that was trying to fuck with you? When Celia said, if you had have touched that and done what the voice wanted, then it would have taken you away. Y'all assumed that it would get Nulai possessed. No, Nulai would have vanished and appeared in the temple. And things would have accelerated at a different kind of pace from there. I'm not fully certain how I would have ran that, but I knew that I was going to basically just accelerate that whole mental mind fight. Possibly you would have stolen Juliet out of the temple and gotten her to safety, and then you all would have confronted the creature in a different setup. Or one of you could have lost that sort of will battle perhaps there.
Oh my, well, that's nerve-wracking.
Could have been either or both of the Malkavians who touched Juliet and got sucked into the little battle. I do very much enjoy that you were like, nah, this is a trap, this isn't going to work, this isn't going to work. So I was like, yes, it will be very alarming when one of you just loses consciousness, but all you could possibly do in there is help. Kind of. It's funny.
Sort of.
There were bad outcomes, but, you know. Eventually, if nothing had have, like, assisted Juliet, she would have... If the sarcophagus had not have been destroyed, whatever, Juliet had, like, a certain amount of power left, and she would have lost herself to it if none of you had done anything else fast enough.
Sure.
For World of Darkness, I'd say it's an appropriate outcome. in the end.
Yeah. Not bad by potential measures.
No player died or had their brain consumed by an ancient entity. Just Crimson.
That's a win. That's a win.
Yeah. It was probably like 75-25 just in terms of those dice as to how likely he was to win that. What happened is probably what was going to happen, but there was a small chance, and I wanted to keep that to a roll because, he was weakened from having the lights punched out of him by Nulai in a brain space. Anyway, if there are no further burning questions, thank you everybody for joining us on this journey. Until next time, try to avoid. Try not to let your criticals be messy. Fare thee well. It's the best I can think of. I'm tired.